incredible event began on Earth. Today, scientists call it the Cambrian explosion, because life began to diversify faster than ever before. Life had existed on Earth for billions of years, but most organisms were extremely simple. Microscopic organisms, soft-bodied creatures, primitive forms of life. But then, a massive change began in the oceans. The atmosphere was changing. Oxygen levels were rising. Creatures began hunting one another. And so, Earth's first great predators emerged. One of the most terrifying creatures of the Cambrian seas was an Ottoman. It was nearly 1 meter long. By the standards of its age, it was a gigantic monster. It had enormous eyes. It captured prey with sharp, grasping limbs. The trilobites were among the most common creatures of the Cambrian period. They had hard outer shells. Some could swim, while others crawled across the ocean floor. And for millions of years, they dominated the oceans. But the Cambrian explosion did not only create new creatures, it also created competition. To survive, creatures had to become faster. They had to become stronger. Defenses began to evolve. Shells became thicker. Spikes appeared. Camouflage began to evolve. Earth's first great evolutionary arms race had begun. The Cambrian oceans were extremely dangerous. Predators were everywhere. Strange creatures roamed the seas. Some had long spikes, others had multiple eyes. Earth truly looked like an alien world. Many animal groups that appeared during this era became the ancestors of modern life. Scientists still ask one question: why did the Cambrian explosion begin? Some point to rising oxygen levels. Others believe genetic changes were responsible. But one thing is certain. Without this event, complex life might never have evolved. There would be no fish, no dinosaurs. Because the Cambrian explosion was the beginning of Earth's great story of life. The story of humanity began in dark prehistoric oceans. 541 million years ago. Massive continents drifted slowly, while oceans covered most of the planet. On land, there was still great silence. The oceans were the true center of life. Strange colonies of organisms spread across the seafloor. Sponge-like creatures, primitive worms, and bizarre soft-bodied organisms. Some creatures began actively swimming for the first time. This development completely transformed predation. Now, hiding was no longer enough. Creatures had to escape. They had to fight. During the Cambrian explosion, evolution accelerated dramatically. According to many scientists, most major animal groups appeared during this era. The first arthropods, the first advanced predators, the first complex nervous systems. Nature was becoming far more complex. And this complexity became the foundation of all future life. The eyes we use today, our movement systems, even basic body structures, may trace much of their origin back to this period. Life in the Cambrian seas was brutal. A predator could attack at any moment. That is why organisms were forced to evolve constantly. Faster fins, stronger shells, sharper senses. For millions of years, this struggle continued. Long before dinosaurs walked the earth, 252 million years ago, the largest extinction occurred. World. The world experienced hell. Giant volcanoes. the atmosphere became toxic. Oceans warmed and lost oxygen. Nearly 90% of species went extinct. The Earth began to reshape. The climate was mostly hot and dry. Only the strongest could survive. The Triassic began after this devastation. About 252 million years ago. End of the Permian period. Pangea. Our world is still a single continent. 252 to 247 million years ago. Early Triassic begins. Earth is still extremely hot. Life struggles to recover. Inland areas are dry and desert-like. 240 million years ago. Archaea. Ecosystems slowly stabilize. A new era is about to begin. Reptiles spread across the land. Crocodile-like archosaurs appeared. Small mammal-like creatures emerged, preparing for a battle for survival. Giants had not appeared yet. Survival was the priority. The formerly dominant species had become extinct. The ecosystems were empty. This gap, it's an opportunity for new life. Resistant strains have begun to proliferate. Competition was low. Resilient species had an advantage. Reptiles began to spread. Some lived in water. About 230 million years ago, the first small dinosaurs appeared. They were small in size. They were fast and agile. They were not dominant yet. Survival mattered more than hunting. They moved cautiously in open areas. being small was an advantage. Speed mattered more than strength. These traits set them apart. But they were still few in number. The age of dinosaurs had not begun yet. 225 million years ago, Earth was slowly changing. Large reptiles struggled. Small dinosaurs used these gaps. They could reproduce quickly. They adapted more easily. But they were still not dominant. Earth was approaching another turning point. "215 million years ago, the climate became more stable. Rainfall increased. Plants spread across the land. Green landscapes expanded. Ecosystems began to strengthen. Food sources increased. Survival became easier. Dinosaur numbers slowly increased. Species diversity grew. Small groups formed. Competition became more balanced. Earth became more humid. Dinosaurs adapted to their environment. Different feeding strategies evolved. Herbivores became more common. Predator-prey balance formed. Earth was now more alive. Rainfall became regular. Dinosaurs became more visible. But dominance was not complete yet. 201 million years ago, the Jurassic period began. Climate stabilized. Plant diversity increased. Dinosaurs rapidly multiplied. Species became more defined. Large body size became an advantage. Predators specialize. Initially, the small dinosaurs she became the ruler of the land. Jurassic is the heart of the age of dinosaurs. 190 million years ago, giant dinosaurs appeared. They are called sauropods. Earth could now support giants. When life found balance, it grew. Power came not from destruction, but from harmony. Subscribe and like. The world was changing. Life endured. The survivors. Mammals were rising. Open lands prevailed. The world was shifting. Cooling intensified. The adaptable endured. $2.6 million years ago. The Ice Age began. The struggle for survival began. Cold and warm periods alternated repeatedly. Cold took control. Antarctica became isolated. The ice sheets expanded further each year. The hot springs could no longer reach the shores. Life had to adapt to the increasing cold. Polar life began. Forests have begun to be replaced by open spaces. The planet's balance was shifting. Marine life adapted. Life carried on. It was as if the world was preparing for something. And the story continued. Life accelerated. Nature came alive again. Rapport. The land dried. Drought spread. The silence would not last. The change was very sharp. Why this preparation? Years pass. It's as if a guest is coming. The house seems to be tidying up quickly. A system where only those who adapt survive. Glacial cycles began. The Ice Age deepened. The ice began to melt. The Ice Age lasted long. But the climate did not remain constant. Sunlight reached the land again. Rivers were set free. Grasslands expanded. Animals moved into open plains. Time flowed. And one day, millions of years later, humanity appeared. And humanity entered the stage. The real story begins now. The story continues. Stay tuned. When humans learn how to survive. Before we understand these ages, we have to travel back, not hundreds, not thousands, but millions of years into the past. This is our world. Travel back before humanity. A colder Earth ruled life. Much of the planet was covered in ice. Yet one region refused to freeze. The cold could not reach here. Animals gathered where life remained. Water meant survival. The first humans appeared here in Africa. Daylight was their safety. The open land meant life. But the night changed everything. In the dark, they were not alone. Running was survival. They could not fight. Only escape. Not every enemy had teeth. The wind could be stopped. Not everywhere meant death. For the first time, someone slept. Something was wrong with the stone. They had found a place the wind could not reach. The dark was deeper than night. For the first time, it felt safe. For the first time, they did not fear the darkness. They fed on wild plants and fruits they found in nature. The animal carcasses they found were their only source of protein. This was insufficient for existence. They had to organize and become stronger. The line between life and death was very thin. Survival came first. The stone broke. The edge was different. It cut the skin. Meat separated. They had never seen flesh open like this before. The smell was strange, but irresistible. Others noticed the smell. Something new was happening. For the first time, food brought them together. The life reflex is about always being. Inventions are shaped by need. He looked at the stone again, this time, not as a rock, as a possibility. There wasn't much material where they lived. They didn't have time either. The strongest species was not human. The smartest had not awakened yet. One day, it picked up a stone. Not to throw. Not to hide. It looked at it. Something was happening. The bone cracked, not by teeth, but by stone. They had found a new force. He struck again. Same place, same motion. This time, on purpose. He struck. The others watched. The movement repeated. Now there was not only a doer, but learners. This was not a hunt. This became a lesson. Humanity began here. They fixed the sharp stone to a branch. It became the first spear. With the handle, the blow grew stronger. Even bone could break now. They moved together through the grass, not fleeing anymore, approaching. Step by step, they advanced. The sticks were no longer for defense. They stopped. So did it. No one fled. Something had changed. They held the spears tighter. Fear was still there, but controlled. For the first time, they faced nature, together. It stepped back. For the first time, they advanced. It ran. Now the hunters followed. No escape remained. Everything was decided here. Closer and closer. There was nowhere left to go. The hunt ended. Nothing would be the same again. They were no longer prey. They had become hunters. Stone met flesh. The tool had meaning now. They cut with intention, not tearing, shaping. This was more than food. This was control. The hide kept the cold away. Stone-shaped bone, tools could now create tools. A tiny hole appeared. Nothing would fall apart again. They no longer searched for shelter. They built it. Bone, wood, and hide became walls. Nature was reshaped. For the first time, they had a place to return to. From stone came tools. From tools came life. The sky flashed. Night changed. They had never seen light like this. They only watched. The sky struck the earth. The tree began to burn. They felt the power of the fire. They touched the light. It followed them. Now the night stayed away. The night was no longer theirs to fear. They had made their own sun. From the sky came fire. They carried it, and the darkness ended. They brought the meat closer. Something changed. The smell was new. They waited. He tasted, then reached again. This was better. They all held the meat over the fire. The lesson spread without words. They tasted together. Hunger changed into comfort. The fire fed more than their bodies. Eyes spoke first. Faces carried meaning. Sound was no longer instinct. Imitation began. sounds gained meaning. The first agreement was born. Thought was shared. Humans were no longer alone. Language was being born. Before the pyramids, before Stonehenge, before the invention of writing, there was something that should not exist. Göbekli Tepe. 12,000 years ago, in the heart of Anatolia. At these exact coordinates, people kept returning. Humanity built the impossible. Massive pillars, weighing up to 20 tons. Carved with predators, foxes, snakes, scorpions. This was not random, this was deliberate. But how did hunter-gatherers build this? They had no wheels. No domesticated animals. And yet, they moved stones heavier than a modern truck. How? Every strike meant something. These carvings were not crude. They show planning, skill, symbolism. This was intelligence, organized intelligence. Look closely. These carvings are not accidental. Every line has intention. Every animal has placement. This was precision, not chaos. They built something extraordinary. This was not an ordinary place. There was meaning carved into the stones. Whatever happened had to be hidden. But the earth cannot hide everything forever. In 1994, an archaeologist looked at that hill, and he did not see an ordinary mound. In 1995, excavations began. As the soil opened, history changed. This was only the beginning. The work was being carried out with great meticulousness. Less than 10% of the site had been excavated. The remaining 90% still lies beneath the soil. Some pillars weighed up to 20 tons. And the people who built them were not even farmers yet. Maybe it wasn't fear. Maybe it was a calling. Perhaps temples were first built in the mines. The night ended, but the question within them did not. They began to walk. Separate groups, but in the same direction. This region had been a passage for thousands of years. they opened. It was as if they were gathering strength. This was a beginning. Ropes tightened. Tons of weight. But heavier than the stone was the decision within them. The people who lived here were hunters. When the stones were erected, it wasn't just architecture. It revealed a ceremonial space where communities came together. Excavations point to Göbekli Tepe, not as a village, but as a ritual center. It could be a connection with the sky. People were coming here. On the massive T-shaped stones, there were animals. Snakes, a scorpion, vultures. But that same night, there were shapes in the sky as well, the stars, almost mirroring the carvings on the stone. Distant groups returned to the same place, around the same stones. The circle was complete. But the crowd was growing. This was not an ordinary meal. It was a celebration. Archaeologists were continuing their research at full speed. Feasting remains were found. It remained hidden for over 11,000 years. Why did they hide it? The ritual began. Before they settled there, they had already built their temples. Soil preserves history. Its age was measured in the laboratory. The result was thousands of years older than expected. These stones were erected before it is believed that people settled down. History had to be rewritten. This discovery shook our understanding of civilization. The soil was slowly removed. Each layer. It belonged to another time. Bigger, older. Underground scans reveal a massive complex beneath the hill. There was a past hidden beneath the earth. Like Conley Yerfa is located at the northern tip of the Fertile Crescent, one of the most critical regions in human history. The climate was suitable for life in the post-Ice Age period. It is one of the areas where wild wheat and barley grow naturally. The region had limestone deposits from which large T-shaped columns could be carved. And one day, they decided not to return. Hunters were becoming settlers. stones, the first houses began to rise. The walls were no longer temporary. People had decided to stay. It wasn't only houses being built. Knowledge was being passed on. They now belonged to it. The transition from a hunter-gatherer lifestyle to agriculture was a major transformation. They settled. They built houses. But one day, they began to bury their temple. They did not destroy it. They did not abandon it. They hid it beneath the earth. Göbekli Tepe could be a message left for the future. History is never truly lost. It simply waits for the right moment. Stay tuned for the next episode. One night, humans stopped wandering. In the end, they understood each other. They talked about tomorrow, as if it would stay the same. They were chatting, unaware of what the morning would bring. The world was falling apart. The world as they knew it was slipping away. Even the animals were running away. And they didn't know where to go. There was no road for the first time. For the first time, they fell behind. Knowing wasn't enough to understand. They were helpless in the face of nature's power. The trace disappeared. The lands where they hunted were gone. There was no ground left to stand on. They called, but there was no response. Hunger now had a face. Hope was fading. Fear divided the tribe. Life was silently leaving her. Some returned to their memories. Life was waiting here. From the ashes, life has returned. They didn't go this time. They waited. The answer was in the ground. They tried to replicate the world. Patiently. They watched, and it changed. They did it again. The animals are back. But nothing was the same. They no longer had to follow them. For the first time, they could stay. And again. Now they understand. They could do tomorrow. Humanity changed the day it stopped. Civilization began here. They were no longer searching for food. They learned, and they taught. For the first time, they watched life grow. Days passed. The earth responded. Time was no longer chasing them. She was returning with them. They had entered the rhythm of the world. More fires were lit. More fires were lit. People don't travel very far anymore. Walking around the camp, they reinforced the walls. What was temporary has become permanent. The wind no longer made the decision. They had some difficult visitors. He walked into the wilderness. They did not come as enemies. They allowed them to stay. They fed them. A new alliance was emerging. The person was no longer alone. They had a future ahead of them. They stayed nearby. They felt like they were part of something bigger. Farm life has begun. They learned to live with life. They led the flock. Fear has been replaced by confidence. Humans stopped adapting to nature. They started editing nature. Humans stopped adapting to nature. They started editing nature. The earth responded. My hands were full. The hunger has receded. First time enough. The earth finally spoke. Their waiting weighed heavily on them. They hid the harvest. Not for today. For later. Food now had value. The value had to be protected. It was hidden in protected areas. Ownership is born. Some were protecting even more. This was no longer a partnership. They fought for tomorrow. Food became difficult. The union had ended. This chaos had to end. One voice became more important. They chose to listen. Order replaced chaos. That night, security emerged, and the next morning, society was born. Not everyone was a hunter anymore. Some protected, some produced. Some of them were no longer hunting. They were making tools. The information wasn't withheld. It was taught. Experiences were shared. A voice began to be heard. Nobody was right yet. It was no longer power. It was words that determined the outcome. The first verdict was given. The Neolithic Age has begun. Next chapter, the Chalcolithic Age. You can continue this journey with us. 5700 BC, the sun set for the last time over Chronological. In the heart of Anatolia, one of history's greatest secrets lay hidden. Thousands of years ago, this fertile plain became humanity's first great home. This place, where water and earth met, gave life to tens of thousands. On the banks of the Karsamba River, the first steps of civilization were taken. Why did tens of thousands of people suddenly abandon that giant home they lived in for millennia? While thousands poured into streets in Mesopotamia, Europe was still in the deep silence of endless forests and solitary wooden houses. The grandeur of stone had not yet begun on the Nile. Life consisted only of the river's mud and reeds. In the Far East, life flowed with the rhythm of the earth and collective serenity, far from the greed of property. Across the ocean, the door had not yet been invented. Humanity was migrating boundlessly, without property, in nature's lap. What was it that the great crowd on the roofs of Chronological couldn't fit, that they turned their backs on one another? Was that first gap between the walls a sign of a breakup or a new freedom? What did that transition period that gave birth to today's cities take from us, and what did it give? The 1,000-year experiment ended. The great city fell silent. Now begins the great void and the 1,000-year march. The earth turned bitter, the fertile marshes dried up. Granaries emptied, hunger seeped through the walls. Hearths went cold, the 1,000-year fire no longer warmed. It was time to leave. Nature was casting them out. Smoke trapped in cramped houses turned the air into poison. An invisible enemy, plagues, seeped through the walls. The price of living side by side was heavy, bodies grew weak. Now these sacred houses were turning into graves. The necessity of living in tight spaces gave way to rage. The silent harmony of 10,000 people broke with a great roar. Neither rules nor shared meals were enough anymore. The dream of living together was replaced by the ambition for independence. The great community shattered. Families broke away from the city one by one. Safe walls were abandoned. The first steps into the uncertain step were taken. Those dark holes, where thousands of voices once rose, fell into silence. Humanity was escaping into freedom from this giant prison of its own making. Walls were no longer shared. Houses began to separate from each other. That narrow gap between the houses was the first street in history. Humanity began to breathe and see sunlight at ground level. Now everyone had their own boundaries. Privacy was quietly being born. Walls were pierced from below. For the first time, entrances moved from roof to ground. There were no longer ladders, but thresholds. The first hello was said at the door. There were no longer ladders, but thresholds. The first hello was said at the door. The door was not just an entrance, but the first shield protecting man's fortress. When the door closed, the noise and gazes of the outside world remained behind. For the first time, humanity tasted the peace of breathing without others watching. Now we had secrets, private moments shared. Behind walls were born. When the door closed, the community ended, and the individual and family began. The colorful stones in the earth's bosom were heralds of a new power. Fire brought the hard rock to its knees. Copper melted in the glowing embers. Molten metal took the shape of a new world in stone molds. Now, not only stone, but also metal bowed to the will of man. Ketalyuk fell silent, but the dream it built was sealed beneath the earth. Though thousands of years passed, the desire to live together never died. Smoke rising from mud roofs has turned into towers, reaching for the sky today. We are the heirs today of the great story that began in those cramped rooms. The street was not just a road, it was the first boundary between yours and mine. Humanity took its first step from a common roof to a personal land here. The door and the threshold were born. Now the front of the house was as private as the inside. The giant mound of the past was giving way to an organized order, the first neighborhood. Streets were not just paths, they were the world's first free markets. Economy moved from the privacy of roofs to the transparency of the street. Barter came to life on doorsteps. The street was a bond connecting people. Every story shared made the city grow a little more. Loads were no longer carried on backs but on wheels that the streets now allowed. Ownership brought fear with it. Now it was necessary to protect not just the house, but the street as well. Those first stones surrounding the houses drew the insurmountable boundary between us and them. The door was now being locked not just for guests, but to keep the enemy out. Streets turned into the defense lines of civilization. Every corner became a new fortress. The street was no longer just a passage. It was a giant machine holding thousands of people together. As the city grew, streets began to carry not just people, but water and the burden of civilization. Where the street ended, walls began. The city was now both a sanctuary and a giant prison. In Uruk, streets were no longer just passages. They were the first great social contract holding thousands of strangers together. Doors closed. Property became sacred. The street was now the sharp boundary between what belongs to all and what belongs to one. The sound of the wheel echoed for the first time on these unpaved roads. The street was no longer just for walking, but for hauling in trade. And then, time warped. Mud brick gave way to stone, and paths turned into imperial roads connecting continents. Light made the street livable at night. Random paths turned into a planned city. The gap between two houses was the street's first breath. Stone and gravel protected the street against mud. Crossing paths created the first public space. The cleanliness hidden under the street was civilization. The wheel widened the shoulders of the street. Climate changed. The Euphrates shifted. The street was condemned to the dust of a parched city. As the water receded, distant settlements were one by one plunged into silence. The streets became the dusty refuge for those fleeing to the city for survival. The street was no longer just a path. It was the last bastion of order. The wrath of the climate forced people to seek refuge behind massive walls. As the crowd grew, the rules of the street were carved into clay, not just memory. Records replacing words became the new and unshakable memory of the street. Information turned into an invisible power, governing the city and ending chaos. Water was trapped beneath the street. Hidden channels kept the city clean. Engineering turned chaos into health. Infrastructure became the foundation. The wheel made the street not just a path, but the main artery of civilization. Every brick was the work of a collective will that turned chaos into order. Randomness ended. The streets were now the work of a mind and a plan. The unseen revolution was under the street. The first channels gave life to the city. Speech faded. Clay tablets became the unshakable memory of the street. Millions of bricks protected the street from the chaos of the outside world. The street was no longer just a path, but the signature of a civilization. Randomness ended. Every street was the work of a mind and a plan. The story of the street didn't start here, but here it became immortal. It all began beneath this silent mound. For 9,000 years, this earth kept humanity's strangest secret in its heart. When the first shovel hit in 1958, all known history was torn apart like paper. What stood before us was not a village, but a giant labyrinth. As archaeologists gazed into that dark void, into the depths of a grave, a 9,000-year silence was shattered by a terrifying ritual. In this strange world, there were no roads or doors. The city was sealed together like a giant labyrinth. Life was on the rooftops. People lived their daily lives on these massive terraces that resembled public squares. So, what was the great fear that cut off 10,000 people from the outside world and trapped them in this breathless order? When science broke this deep silence and gazed into that dark void, into the depths of a grave, a 9,000-year silence was shattered by the coldness of the bones emerging to light. What we encountered was not just death. It was the first evidence of a terrifying and ancient ritual. To enter a home, you had to step down into the unknown through that narrow, dark hole in the sky. Every rung of the wooden ladder pulled you away from the outer world and left you in the arms of a smoky silence. When you reached the bottom, neither light nor doors welcomed you. There was only the suffocating narrowness of the walls. These houses were not just shelters. They were windowless, breathless cells where 10,000 people were trapped. Belongings were few, but silence was plenty. Everyone shared the same narrow space, the same dim light, and the same fate. The walls were so close. There was no private life here, nor a secret corner. Everyone was watching each other, every single moment. No one could be different here. There were no leaders, no slaves, but there was no freedom either. 10,000 people moved as a single soul. Everyone slept at the same time, lived the same way, and bowed to the same rules. So, what great fear sustained this perfect order that even a king could not provide? Walls were not just mud. They were woven with the bones of the wild. Giant bullheads were like gods, watching you every moment. Red paint was not just a decoration. It was the trace on the wall of a ritual, of shed blood, and of untamable fears. They did not conquer nature. They chose to imprison savagery in the deepest corner of their home and sleep beside it. Watch where you step. In these houses, the floor was not just earth, but a grave cover. They buried their loved ones right beneath where they slept, in a fetal position, as if in the womb. Death was not a parting here. The living and the dead were sealed together forever under the same roof. The story of some dead did not end with burial. They would separate the skulls from the bodies and give them a new life. They rebuilt their ancestors' faces with clay. They made new eyes from mud and pigment so they would never forget. These masks watched those sitting on reed mats by the fire. Death was right there, by the hearth, inside the family every evening. In this dark world, power came not from gold, but from a black glass born in the heart of the volcano, obsidian. They crafted it so sharply that obsidian was both a hunter's most loyal friend and the most perfect blade, two-part skin from flesh. But obsidian was not just for cutting. It was a black, misty mirror where humans first encountered their own dark reflection. The true masters of the steppe were not them, but the leopards watching from the shadows. They could not domesticate this savagery, but by carving it onto their walls, they turned fear into a power imprisoned within their homes. Wearing a leopard skin was not just clothing. It was the only way to possess and rule the most predatory spirit of nature. It all began with these symbols: power, belief, and fear. These walls you touch are silent witnesses of 9,000 years. This is Chronological, the first metropolis with no streets and doors closed to the world. You had only one way in, this dark opening on the roof. Outside was a wild world. Inside, a life of claustrophobia. Why were they hiding? From the gods above, or from each other? Sunlight could only seep through this hole. Just like life, narrow and limited. Their weapons were made of volcanic glass, as sharp and dark as obsidian. But the real mystery was hidden in the floors of these empty rooms. 10,000 people were breathing inside a giant labyrinth. They are still there, watching us and guarding our secrets. And one day, when the sky filled with fire, everything would change. Watch where you step, because they are right beneath you. They slept together. Death was not an end here. The hardest goodbye was indoors. Every house was a cemetery. He was following his ancestors. This silence has a price. Even the walls are made of bone. Why didn't they let them go? We are burying our secrets. Chronological, City of the Dead. This massive mound has kept humanity's greatest secret in its heart for 9,000 years. Today, science dives into the heart of this silent giant to map the digital past. With every brushstroke, we return to a unique world, without property or hierarchy. There were no masters in these houses. Everyone was equal under the same sky. Art was coming back to life with the blood of the earth, through natural pigments. Yet life lived in the shadow of Mount Hazen, always ready to vent its fury. These lines on a wall were the first known landscape painting in history. Cleanliness was an obsession. They sealed their walls with fresh white plaster every year. They were devoted to their ancestors, burying them right under the rooms where they slept. As the first seeds of farming were sown here, humanity learned to domesticate nature. 10,000 people wrote history on the roofs of this streetless giant labyrinth. 10,000 people wrote history on the roofs of this streetless giant labyrinth. And now technology is finally beginning to break this deep, millennial silence. But then, the climate changed and rivers ran dry. The protective fire of the city slowly began to fade. The massive population of 10,000 succumbed to nature. All that remained were the soot marks on the walls. People abandoned the city with fear and uncertainty. After 2,000 years, Chronological sank into silence. They even left their sacred figurines in the dust. No one knows exactly where they went. The roofs were sealed, never to be opened again. The last meals were never eaten. The pots remained empty. The city today is still waiting to speak beneath the earth. We are in a place where time and space lose meaning. We are touching the first great secret of humanity, 9,000 years ago. These bones, these lands, are not just remains. They are silent witnesses to a forgotten fear, a suppressed scream. But to reach this secret, you had to step down into the unknown through that narrow, dark hole in the sky. Chronological fell silent. That great roar that lasted for thousands of years gave way to the dust carried by the wind. But this was not an end. It was the beginning of a vast void. Humanity escaped these narrow walls and set out on that great march that would last 1,000 years. In the next episode, what happened after Chronological? How did humanity change in that great void? We are going to that new and wild world called by the rivers, Mesopotamia. Stay tuned. This is the lowest point on Earth, where everything ends, but for humanity, it all began. This is the lowest point on Earth. In the heart of a harsh desert, a lifeline that hasn't dried for 11,000 years, Jericho. Each layer of soil tells a 1,000-year story. Civilizations are sleeping beneath your feet, and it rises through the mist. The oldest massive man-made structure in the world. 22 steps descending into darkness. Where did these stairs lead? To protection or a ritual? They were the first masters to survive in a wild nature. When they found this oasis, the end of nomadism had come for humanity. They began to build not just a shelter, but a collective memory here. History was carved into stones and souls here, for the first time. Welcome to the greatest mystery of human history, the world's first city, Jericho. Before civilization, In the Jordan Valley, 10,000 years before pyramids, life spreads across the land. Around 9000 BCE, the Jordan Valley. Why did humans stay here? To the Levant, in the Jordan Valley. The Ice Age comes to an end. The world grows warmer. Food was already here. They returned to the same fields. They wandered for ages, but that night, the dark wasn't silent. Something was there. They didn't understand. They were afraid. Not every stone was the same. Together they were stronger. The stone was no longer just a stone. The wall stood. The wall wasn't enough. Something was missing. No one knew what it would become. Stone was placed upon stone. And for the first time, fear was controlled. A name was spoken. The first duty was chosen. He was no longer just a man. He was the first guard. The guard was alone. The sentry could feel the eyes watching him from the pitch-black darkness. This fear was very dangerous. The walls had to keep out, not just wild animals, but the unknown as well. But the greatest fear came not from the outside, but from within. The line between life and death blurred for the first time in Jericho. They didn't let the dead go. They recreated them with clay. The tower was no longer just a lookout. It was a gateway. Those dull eyes began to watch the living at every moment. As resources dwindled, the peace protected by the walls turned bloody. Only the sound of stone and bone was heard. At sunrise, Jericho was no longer the same. The first city had become humanity's first prison. Jericho's greatest secret was not outside the walls or in the tower. It was right beneath the houses. They didn't bury their dead far away. They lived with them under the same roof, beneath their feet. But after a while, the graves were opened. The skulls were separated from the bodies. But after a while, the graves were opened. The skulls were separated from the bodies. Was it respect or an attempt to bring them back? They gave the skulls life again with clay. Cowrie shells were placed in the eye sockets. Now those voids had begun to look back again. These masked skulls were placed in the corner of the house, among the living. The world's first city was hosting the world's first spirit summoning rituals. Even 11,000 years later, these faces ask us the same question. Were they afraid of death, or did they want to rule it? Wild beasts, or enemy tribes? Jericho sealed its fears with walls. Harsh hunt outside, civilization inside. Who were these walls truly for? Jericho's people shut the world out. The greatest secrets lay underground. Silent guardians, plastered skulls. Their ancestors were still watching. Is this legacy from Quebec? first portraits carved on bone. Why strive so hard to be remembered? Did the war with death begin here? A deep mystery at the world's lowest point. Jericho, mankind's first great trial. The locks of the past are opening. The mystery inside, the giant tower. 22 steps, the first stairs to heaven, a defense line, or a giant calendar. Salt from the Dead Sea, white gold. Obsidian and stones from distant lands. Wealth brought great threats with it. The city fell, but was never abandoned. New houses rose upon ancestral remains. Jericho, 20 layers of different lives. Humanity discovered property here. This ancient legacy still lives within us. The voices are fading. The fire no longer warms. Like life, those who are gone are missed. Those we miss are among us. Even those are missing. No one left to watch for. The walls no longer protect us. The traces remain. They built an 8-meter-high wall. They took them with them so they wouldn't forget their dead. They laid the foundation for modern agriculture. They hunted. Then one day, they left in small numbers. The rest, with questions. They left us alone. Fear shapes life. And now we know that. They shaped death too. A vast history. 1/6 of the desert soil. She waited to enlighten us. They hid. They lived. They left. The next episode, Keital Yuk, the cradle of civilization. Legend says a gardener found a baby in a basket. This child would change history. The river chose him, not the palace. Before empire, there were only cities. Before empires, there was chaos between the rivers, and among them, a servant. He learned how power truly worked. He watched power from the shadows. He felt the power. He was crushed under the weight of that power. He wanted more than survival. Into the unknown. He walked away from his past. The gates of my prison have finally closed. The air of the desert tastes like blood and freedom. He arrived at Kish. There he found war. War was discipline. He learned quickly. Men began to follow him. Order began to crack. Power changed hands. Sargon became king. But one city was not enough. He marched beyond borders. Cities fell. Others surrendered. They did not wait for dawn. Night provided the ultimate cover for a king. Silence was their weapon. They scaled the walls before the alarm rose. The city's fate was sealed from within. Step by step, the wall lost its power. Name lost to the sands of time, AKD, the world's first empire. Before them, there was only chaos. Independent cities, locked in eternal conflict. The gates were breached. The city was no longer its own. And Uruk was only the beginning. Another city stood in their path. That no one trembled. The march stopped. Nothing else. Another city broken. Yes, it was mad. Sargon would have thought the age of kings changed. Bounced the sea with the bronze sun. The era of city-states ended. The era of the king began. The Akkadian era had now established. Some conquests had united states. Independent cities were now under power. It was one of the first great empires in history. Vast lands were united to rule. New road into Byzantine city. Caravans carried goods between cities. Trade brought life to Mesopotamia. Canadian across the empire became fatter. Sick. News of the city. Akkad introduced the second. Centralized administration was thousands of years. Old Greek, world's first system. Our system was born, connecting distant offices. Lay envelopes in Bugatti of imperial orders. Much government to control the ocean. In the world's first diplomatic language. Commodity forged through shared laws and faith. Instead of people of the sky. The movements and plants recorded tablets. Enslaved the foundation of astrology. Akkadian trade route the distant domain and Malu. During the Akkadian period, goods to the ports, its traded goods. Scribes record goods on trade necessarily men. trust in Ottoman. Currency or value goods, precious. Trade brought wealth. Governance. New administration. Added. Controlled the trade was written. Scribe kept of shards. Reformation. State organization be stronger. These to prosper. True life seized. The economy strong. The earth strong. People slowly entered. A great chain was summoned. Bells of the empire. Rats were inside this. Cracks appeared within the empire. Distance came hard control. I grew. Going came more difficult. The good trust came from the north. A new threat. West descended mountains. Wars with the empire. Cities were under attack. Defense became harder. The Akkadian Empire finally collapsed. Mesopotamia fragmented again. But its idea endured. The concept of empire lived on in history. The Akkadian legacy remained. Thousands of years later, the story of Akkad emerged again from beneath the sands. Through archaeology, the Akkadian Empire was remembered again. Follow for the next chapter. History began with a question asked between two rivers. Sumer, cradle of civilization, where rivers were tamed and time measured. They didn't just survive, they recorded human memory. Law, math, and time were born here. They controlled the rivers and built an empire. Logistics was born here. Bricks built the first state. Wealth became numbers, power became records. They divided time itself. The hour was born. The circle defined. We can test and law. Gildish, dignity. Flood king. The gods in the kings feed the world. This may. Thousands of years earlier, humans did not know cities, but they had learned to live together. Life began on the roofs. A streetless human hive. In the old sea. 5000 BC, the first souls took a leave. They walked away from the only home heading south toward the wild marshes. They were not searching for a place. They were searching for a way to live. And they found water. But water was not life. Water was chaos. Then someone cut the earth. They mastered water with engineering. The wheel began a new era. The first Sumerian city, Uruk, began the Bronze Age. Before civilization, only rivers existed here. Humans had not yet built cities. This land was older than the Sumerians. Sometimes the water gave life. Sometimes it took everything away. Humans here were not against nature. They were learning to live with it. Humans tried to stop the water. Alone, it was impossible. The land was no longer just plowed. A path was given to the water. Nature was changing direction for the first time. The homes began to multiply. People no longer lived alone. Neighborhoods appeared. Shared spaces formed. Someone began to guide it. They built the first skyscrapers. Writing was born from accounting. They turned stars into numbers. Water clocks measured the night. They created the 360-degree circle. Edaba trained the first administrators. Information became power through records. Writing became art and poetry. Rivers created a trade empire. They created the state treasury system. They created the first medicines. The cedar plow fed the first cities. Patterns became a visual language. The first global market was born. Law replaced tribal rule. Grain became the first wealth. Bronze gave them power. taxes became a sacred duty. They connected east and west by sea. Sumerian cities were the Venices of the ancient world. A city raised against the desert. War became an organized force. The first army marched as one. Survival was decided in bronze. Sumer didn't die, it waited. Under the silent dunes of Mesopotamia, their words were preserved in clay. While empires of stone crumbled into dust, these humble tablets kept the secrets of the first stars, the first laws, and the first stories of mankind. They are the ghosts in our clocks, the logic in our laws, and the ink in our history. Sumerians may have vanished into the desert, but as long as we write, calculate, and look at the stars, they live within us. Sumer's chapter ends here, but the storm of history is just beginning. In our next episode, the world's first empire rises from these very sands. The Akkadian Empire witnessed the dawn of King Sargon and the birth of a new era. For the complete story of our world, don't miss our playlist, A Chronological Journey from Earth's Creation to Today. You will love exploring how every piece of the puzzle fits together. Stay tuned for the full chronology. Mesopotamia was one of the lands where the earliest civilizations in human history were born. Around 2000 BCE, in the heart of Mesopotamia, a small city was rising. Its name was Babylon. Babylon stood in the very heart of Mesopotamia. Its position along the Euphrates River played a crucial role in the city's rise. Trade routes passed through Babylon. Merchants from distant lands came to sell their goods in this city. The markets of the city filled with crowds every day. Grain, textiles, and precious goods changed hands in Babylon. The market in Babylon had a rich variety of goods. As Babylon grew, the city walls rose higher. Strong fortifications protected the city from its enemies. Buildings began to rise. Over time, Babylon was no longer a small city. It had become one of the most powerful centers in Mesopotamia. Soon, a powerful king rose to the throne of Babylon. His name was Hammurabi. Hammurabi wanted to turn Babylon into a powerful empire. For that, he first strengthened his army. Hammurabi sent his armies across Mesopotamia. The power of Babylon began to spread rapidly. Many cities, Babil Ordusunakar, Koyamat, Lar, Hammurabi's conquests. Began to change the fate of Mesopotamia. Cities one by one fell under Babylonian rule. Hammurabi's kingdom was becoming a vast empire. Hammurabi had turned Babylon into the most powerful state in Mesopotamia. His rule now stretched across vast lands. Hammurabi was not only a conqueror, he would also become one of the most famous lawgivers in history. Hammurabi carved his laws onto a great stone pillar. In Babylon, everyone could see the rules. Babylonian scribes wrote the laws onto clay tablets. In this way, the rules could pass from generation to generation. Hammurabi's laws formed the foundation of justice in Babylon. People were now judged according to written rules. These laws were extremely strict. The most famous rule was simple: an eye for an eye. Babylon was not only a city of kings and armies. In its streets, thousands of people lived their daily lives. In Babylon, craftsmen worked throughout the day. Pottery, textiles, and many goods were produced in these workshops. The Euphrates River was like a great trade route for Babylon. Goods and wealth traveled along its waters. For the people of Babylon, the gods were of great importance. Ceremonies in the temples stood at the center of the city's life. From the top of the great temples, Babylon looked like a vast city. Its streets were full of life. Babylonian priests carefully studied the night sky. The movement of the stars held great meaning for them. Babylonian scholars also made great progress in mathematics. Numbers and calculations were recorded on clay tablets. Babylonian mathematics was based on a base 16 number system. Even today, we still use it to measure time. One of the most famous stories about Babylon is the Hanging Gardens. These gardens were considered one of the greatest wonders of the ancient world. Keeping these gardens alive was not easy. Water was lifted from the Euphrates River and carried up to the terraces. The Hanging Gardens symbolize the grandeur of Babylon. Green terraces rose like a miracle in the middle of the desert. At one time, Babylon was the most powerful city in Mesopotamia. Its wealth and power were known across distant lands. Ruling Babylon was a great responsibility. Officials and scribes worked to maintain order across the empire. Envoys from distant kingdoms arrived at the palace of Babylon with gifts. These visits showed the city's power and influence. But over time, the power of Babylon began to fade. The empire was no longer as strong as before. The Persians first faced the Babylonian army outside the city. In the Battle of Opis, Babylon's forces suffered a crushing defeat. From the east, a new and powerful empire was rising. The Persians were moving toward Mesopotamia. The Persian armies finally reached the walls of Babylon, one of the greatest cities in history. Now faced a great danger. In 539 BCE, the Persians entered Babylon. The once mighty empire was now under the rule of a new power. Babylon was now part of the Persian Empire. Yet the city had not completely lost its importance. Babylon was no longer the capital of a great empire. Yet the city continued as a center of trade and culture. Babylon was no longer an empire. Yet the city continued to live as a center of trade and knowledge. As the centuries passed, Babylon slowly lost its former power. The once great city was beginning to fall silent. In time, people began to leave Babylon. The great city was slowly sinking into silence. As the centuries passed, Babylon slowly fell into silence. The once magnificent city remained only as ruins. Today, little remains of the once magnificent city of Babylon, yet its story continues as one of the greatest civilizations in human history. Follow the channel to explore more great civilizations of world history. This story began in Mesopotamia, in a city on the banks of the Tigris River. In northern Mesopotamia, a small settlement was rising along the banks of the Tigris River. Over time, this settlement grew and became the city of Ashur, the heart of the Assyrian people. Ashur was not a war empire at the beginning. It was a city of merchants and caravans. They brought tin and textiles from Mesopotamia. They would buy silver and gold from Anatolia. At first, the Assyrians were not a great empire. They were a people who grew powerful through trade. Assyrian merchants reached Anatolia and established trade colonies there. Through trade, Assyrian cities quickly became wealthy. Over time, powerful kings emerged, and Assyria began to become a centralized power. Assyrian kings began to build a powerful and disciplined army. Discipline was everything. They regularly put the knowledge into practice. Iron weapons gave the Assyrian army a powerful advantage. The Assyrians mastered ironworking and produced a wide variety of weapons for their army. The Assyrian army used many different types of weapons for various kinds of warfare. Each soldier was equipped with different weapons depending on their role on the battlefield. Special weapons for special forces. Weapon diversity and military discipline made the Assyrian army one of the most powerful forces of its time. War chariots were one of the most powerful weapons of the Assyrian army. Using a war chariot required great training and skill. Success in a war chariot required perfect coordination between the driver and the warrior. They were working in difficult terrain. War chariots changed the nature of warfare with speed, mobility, and ranged attacks. The Assyrian army gained a decisive advantage over its enemies. The Assyrian army was disciplined and powerful. The Assyrians mastered siege warfare and were able to conquer even the strongest cities. The Assyrians used massive siege machines to break through city gates. Once the gates were broken, the Assyrian army stormed into the city, and the battle continued in the streets. The Assyrian Empire soon took control of much of Mesopotamia. Assyrian kings built great capitals. One of them was the magnificent city of Nimrud. Assyrian kings ruled from magnificent palaces and governed the empire with iron discipline. Conquered peoples were forced to bring tribute and gifts to the Assyrian kings. The Assyrians ruled conquered cities with strict control to prevent rebellion. Assyrian kings recorded their victories through stone reliefs carved into palace walls. Eventually, Nineveh became the new capital of Assyria and grew into one of the largest cities in the world. Nineveh had become the largest and most magnificent city of the Assyrian Empire. Under King Ashurbanipal, the Assyrian Empire reached the height of its power. Ashurbanipal built a great library in Nineveh, where thousands of clay tablets were preserved. The Assyrians recorded their knowledge on clay tablets using cuneiform writing. The famous Epic of Gilgamesh survived this day thanks to the clay tablets preserved in the library of Nineveh. At its peak, the Assyrian Empire stretched from Egypt to Persia. But ruling such a vast empire was difficult, and many cities began to rebel against Assyrian rule. Eventually, the Babylonians and the Medes formed a powerful alliance against the Assyrian Empire. The Babylonian and Median armies marched together toward Nineveh, the capital of Assyria. In 612 BC, Nineveh was placed under siege, and one of the greatest battles in ancient history began. The siege lasted 4 days, and the mighty walls of Nineveh began to weaken. At last, the mighty walls of Nineveh collapsed, and enemy armies poured into the city. When Nineveh fell, the city was devastated, and the end of the Assyrian Empire was near. With the fall of Nineveh, the Assyrian Empire disappeared into the pages of history. From one of the most powerful empires of the ancient world, only ruins remained. The Assyrians left a deep mark on history with their powerful armies and advanced warfare techniques. Today, many artifacts of the Assyrian Empire are displayed in major museums around the world. Winged bull statues once guarded the entrances of Assyrian palaces. Artifacts recovered from Assyrian cities remain a vital source of knowledge for historians. We will continue exploring the mysteries of world history. Subscribe to the channel for upcoming episodes. Mesopotamia, the land where some of humanity's earliest civilizations were born. The rivers Euphrates and Tigris gave life to these fertile lands. For thousands of years, cities rose here and powerful kings ruled. And this region became the stage for the first great empires in human history. One of these cities was Babylon, rising along the Euphrates River. Over time, Babylon became one of the most powerful cities in Mesopotamia. Trade routes met here, and people gathered within its walls. For centuries, Babylon remained one of the most important centers of the region. But for a time, Babylon lived under the shadow of a far greater empire. This empire was the most feared power of the ancient Near East. Its armies were disciplined, and its warriors were ruthless. It was the Assyrian Empire ruling Mesopotamia with iron authority. The Assyrian Empire was one of the most powerful military states of the ancient world. Its armies were disciplined and its soldiers highly experienced. With iron weapons and war chariots, they spread fear across their enemies. Through this power, much of Mesopotamia fell under Assyrian control. As the Assyrian armies advanced, many cities became their targets. Rebellious cities faced brutal and relentless sieges. Walls were shattered and entire cities burned in flames. These ruthless wars made Assyria a feared power across the region. Yet no empire remains powerful forever. Years of wars and rebellions began to weaken the Assyrian state. The empire was vast, but that vastness became a weakness. Controlling uprisings across such a huge land was becoming harder and harder. As the Assyrian Empire weakened, a new hope began to rise in Babylon. The leading figures of the city were watching this opportunity closely. For the first time, Assyria's power seemed truly shaken. And in Babylon, some were preparing to rise for freedom. In 626 BC, a new leader emerged in Babylon. His name was Nabopolassar, and he began a rebellion against Assyrian rule. This uprising was more than just a revolt. It was the beginning of a great change. Because the people of Babylon wanted to reclaim their own destiny. Nabopolassar quickly secured his power in Babylon. The rebellion against Assyria grew into a full movement for independence. Eventually, Nabopolassar was proclaimed king of Babylon. With this, a new era for Babylon had begun. Babylon was not alone in the war against Assyria. Another rising power stood in the east, the Medes. A powerful alliance was formed between the Median king and Babylon. This alliance would change the fate of the Assyrian Empire. The Babylonian and Median armies began to move together. Their goal was to destroy the power of the Assyrian Empire. The two great armies marched across the lands of Mesopotamia. Their targets were the great cities at the heart of Assyria. Eventually, the armies reached Nineveh, the capital of Assyria. This city was one of the greatest and most powerful centers of the empire. With its massive walls and strong defenses, it was expected to resist for a long time. But the Babylonian and Median armies surrounded the city. In 612 BC, the fate of Nineveh was sealed. After a long siege, the mighty walls of the city collapsed. The Babylonian and Median armies entered the city. And with that, the heart of the Assyrian Empire had fallen. Once one of the most powerful cities in the world, Nineveh now lay in ruins. Palaces had fallen, and statues were shattered. The glorious Assyrian capital was sinking into silence. And with it, the mighty Assyrian Empire began to fade into history. With the fall of the Assyrian Empire, the balance of power in Mesopotamia changed. At the center of this change stood Babylon. The city began to grow and regain its strength. A new and glorious era for Babylon was beginning. The man behind Babylon's rise was King Nabopolassar. He would be remembered as the ruler who freed the city from Assyrian control. Under his rule, the Neo-Babylonian Empire began to grow stronger. Babylon was becoming the new power of Mesopotamia. Beside Nabopolassar grew a young prince. He would become one of the most famous kings in Babylonian history. His name was Nebuchadnezzar, and he would transform Babylon into one of the most powerful cities of the ancient world. Nebuchadnezzar gained experience on the battlefield at a young age. He joined important campaigns at the head of Babylonian forces. His courage and military skill quickly drew attention. These experiences were preparing him to become a great king. In 605 BC, Nebuchadnezzar ascended the throne of Babylon. The new king quickly secured control over the empire. His rule would begin one of the most powerful periods in Babylon's history. During Nebuchadnezzar's reign, Babylon entered a massive reconstruction era. The city expanded with enormous walls, palaces, and temples. Babylon soon became one of the most magnificent cities of the ancient world. During Nebuchadnezzar's reign, Babylon grew into a powerful imperial center. The city became both a political and economic hub of the region. Babylon was now considered the heart of Mesopotamia. One of the most famous structures of Nebuchadnezzar's reign was the Ishtar Gate. It was decorated with blue glazed bricks and reliefs. The gate symbolized the power and magnificence of Babylon. Babylon was not only a magnificent city, but also a powerful fortress. The city was surrounded by enormous defensive walls. These walls protected Babylon from external threats. One of the most famous stories about Babylon is the Hanging Gardens. Ancient sources describe them as gardens built on massive terraces. They were said to be one of the most impressive wonders of the ancient world. Babylon was not only a powerful city, but also a major center of trade. Caravans from distant lands gathered within its markets. Through trade, Babylon became a wealthy and vibrant city. Babylon was also an important center of knowledge and science. Significant work was done, especially in astronomy. Babylonian priests observed the sky and carefully recorded the stars. As the years passed, Nebuchadnezzar began to grow old. His reign had created Babylon's most powerful era. But with the death of the great king, the empire would enter a new chapter. After Nebuchadnezzar's death, stability in Babylon began to decline. Several short-lived kings took the throne, and palace conflicts increased. This gradually weakened the strength of the empire. Meanwhile, a new power was rising in the east. Cyrus the Great of Persia was building a rapidly expanding empire. Soon, Babylon became one of his main targets. In 539 BC, the Persian army reached Babylon. The city fell into Persian hands with little resistance. And with that, the Neo-Babylonian Empire came to an end. But this story does not end here. They lived under the rule of the Median Empire. But in these lands, a new power was about to rise. Soon a powerful leader emerged in these lands. His name was Cyrus, later known as Cyrus the Great. His leadership would completely change the fate of the Persians. In 550 BC, Cyrus launched a great rebellion against the Median king. The Persian army faced the Median forces on the Iranian plateau. This war would mark the beginning of the Persian Empire. Cyrus' army defeated the Median forces and achieved a great victory. This triumph marked the moment of Persian independence. And thus, the Achaemenid Persian Empire was born. After his victory, Cyrus continued his conquests. He marched west toward the powerful kingdom of Lydia in Anatolia. This campaign would greatly expand the Persian Empire. Cyrus's army reached Sardis, the capital of Lydia. The city was protected by strong walls, but the Persians began a siege. In the end, Sardis fell, and the kingdom of Lydia became part of the Persian Empire. After conquering Lydia, Cyrus turned his attention eastward. His next target was Babylon, the greatest city of Mesopotamia. This campaign would shape the future of the Persian Empire. The Persian army marched toward the heart of Mesopotamia. Their target was Babylon, one of the greatest cities of the ancient world. For centuries, the city had been a powerful center of the region. In 539 BC, the Persian army reached Babylon. The city fell into Persian hands with little resistance. Mesopotamia now became part of the Persian Empire. Cyrus entered Babylon not just as a conqueror, but as a new ruler. He worked to maintain order in the city. This policy would define Persian rule. The conquest of Babylon greatly strengthened the Persian Empire. From Anatolia to Mesopotamia, vast lands were now under Persian control. The Persians had rapidly built a great empire. Cyrus's rule strengthened the foundations of the Persian Empire. The conquests were not only about land. They were also about building a strong system of governance. Cyrus ruled the empire for many years. After his death, the throne passed to a new king. The Persian Empire would continue to expand. Cambyses II, who took the throne, began new conquests. His target was Egypt, one of the strongest kingdoms of Africa. The Persian army marched south. In 525 BC, the Persian army conquered Egypt. This victory expanded the empire into Africa. The Persian Empire now stretched across 3 continents. One of the most important kings of Persia was Darius. His rule made the empire even stronger. Darius introduced major reforms. Darius launched massive construction projects. The city of Persepolis was built during this period. It became a symbol of Persian power. The Persians built a vast network of roads. The royal road connected distant regions of the empire. These routes improved trade and communication. At its greatest extent, the Persian Empire had become a vast power. Its lands stretched from India to Egypt. One of the first true super-empires of the ancient world had emerged. The Persians influenced the world not only through war, but also through trade. Their roads connected distant regions. This network strengthened the economy. The Persian Empire included many different peoples. These cultures continued living under Persian rule. This system helped the empire remain stable for a long time. One of the most famous Persian military units was the Immortals. This elite force always consisted of 10,000 soldiers. They were known as the strongest army of the empire. But in the West, the Persian Empire would face a new power. Greek city-states were rising along the Aegean coast. This encounter would lead to some of history's most famous battles. In 490 BC, Persian and Greek armies met at Marathon. It was one of the first major battles of the Greco-Persian Wars. Greek hoplites achieved an unexpected victory. Years later, King Xerxes launched a massive campaign. A huge Persian army marched toward Greece. This would become one of the greatest Military expeditions of the ancient world. King Xerxes sent messengers to the Greek cities. The envoys arrived in Sparta, demanding submission. But the Spartans would not accept this threat. Preparations for war began in Sparta. King Leonidas gathered his warriors. The Spartans were ready to face the Persian army. The Persian Empire was advancing toward the Greek lands. When the news reached Sparta, preparations for war began. Spartan warriors started gathering in the city courtyard. Soon, King Leonidas arrived in the courtyard. He stood before the warriors and assessed the situation. The Persian army was marching toward Greece. Leonidas began carefully inspecting the warriors. He was choosing the strongest and most experienced soldiers, because they would face a massive Persian army. In the end, 300 Spartans were chosen. This small force would march with Leonidas to Thermopylae. They were preparing for one of the most famous battles in history. Leonidas and the 300 Spartans left Sparta. They marched to defend the lands of Greece. Their destination was the pass of Thermopylae. The Spartans arrived at the pass of Thermopylae. This narrow pass limited the movement of large armies. Leonidas chose it as the perfect place for defense. Soon the Persian army appeared on the horizon. Xerxes commanded a massive force, but the Spartans had no intention of retreating. At the pass of Thermopylae, Spartan warriors tried to stop the Persian army. King Leonidas and 300 Spartans resisted bravely. The battle began at the pass of Thermopylae. The Spartans fought in a tight phalanx formation. In the narrow pass, they managed to stop the Persian army. The Persian army attacked again and again, but the Spartans continued defending the pass. The battle lasted for days. Eventually, the Persians found a way around the pass. The Spartans were surrounded. Leonidas and his warriors chose to fight until the end. In the end, the Spartans were completely surrounded. King Leonidas and his warriors refused to retreat. They fought until the end and fell at Thermopylae. This moment became one of the most famous battle stories in history. The Persian navy met the Greek fleet at Salamis. In the narrow sea, the battle became a major defeat for Persia. This victory strengthened Greek resistance. Despite the Greek wars, the Persian Empire survived. The empire continued ruling its vast lands. But over time, its power slowly weakened. In the 4th century BC, a new power emerged in the west. Alexander the Great of Macedon marched eastward. His target was the Persian Empire. In 331 BC, the Battle of Gaugamela took place. This battle became the turning point for the Persian Empire. The Persian army was defeated and the empire began to collapse. The Battle of Gaugamela was a disaster for the Persians. Darius's army was forced to retreat. Alexander continued advancing deeper into the east. Soon Alexander reached the city of Babylon. The city surrendered without another major battle. One of the great cities of the Persian Empire was lost. King Darius III fled eastward. He tried to gather a new army to save the empire, but Persian power was collapsing rapidly. Alexander marched toward the heart of Persia. His army followed the royal road. The core of the Persian Empire was now in danger. One of the most magnificent cities of the Persian Empire was Persepolis. It served as the ceremonial capital of the Persian kings. The city symbolized Persian power. Alexander finally reached Persepolis. The Persian capital was now defenseless. The Macedonian army entered the city. The palaces of Persepolis were filled with immense wealth. Alexander seized the Persian treasures stored there. This victory increased his power even further. Soon the palaces of Persepolis were set on fire. Much of the city burned in flames. This moment symbolized the end of the Persian Empire. One of the greatest empires in the world had fallen. The throne of the Persian kings now stood empty. The balance of power in the ancient world had changed. Alexander now ruled a vast empire. The lands of Persia were under his control. But history would not end here. The Persian Empire would be remembered as one of history's greatest states. Its lands stretched across 3 continents. This scale made it a superpower of the ancient world. The story of history's greatest battles does not end here. Follow and subscribe to see what comes next. Around 800 BCE, a new civilization was rising across the Aegean world. Ancient Greece was born along the shores of the Aegean Sea. This land was filled with hundreds of islands and rugged mountains. This harsh geography made it difficult to form a single empire. Instead, independent city-states began to rise. Over time, these small settlements grew into powerful city-states. But the first great civilization of this region did not appear in Greece. It began on the island of Crete. With their powerful fleet, the Minoans controlled trade across the Aegean Sea. Around 1600 BCE, a massive disaster struck. The Aegean world, a huge volcano erupted on the island of Thera. The eruption did not only destroy Thera. Massive tsunami waves spread across the Aegean and moved toward the coasts of Crete. Ash and smoke darkened the sky. The sea rose, and many ports and settlements across the Aegean were heavily damaged. This disaster weakened the Minoan civilization. Trade networks collapsed, and the balance of power in the Aegean began to change. As the Minoan civilization weakened, a new power began to rise. On the Greek mainland, the Mycenaeans were stepping onto the stage of history. The Mycenaean civilization was known for its powerful and warrior culture. A new military power was rising on the Greek mainland. One of the most famous moments of the Trojan War was the duel between two great warriors. Achilles, the greatest Greek fighter, faced Hector, the Prince of Troy. Achilles was one of the most famous warriors of the Greek army. His courage and unmatched fighting skills turned him into a legendary hero. Hector was the Prince of Troy and the city's greatest defender. He stood on the battlefield to protect Troy from the Greek army. At last, the two great warriors faced each other. The duel outside the walls of Troy would become one of the most legendary moments of the war. After a fierce battle, Achilles gained the upper hand. Hector, the greatest defender of Troy, had fallen on the battlefield. The Trojan War did not end quickly. For years, the Greek army remained outside the massive walls of Troy. But the powerful walls of Troy could not be breached. As the war dragged on, both sides suffered heavy losses. As the war dragged on, the Greek commanders began searching for a new solution. Taking the city by force no longer seemed possible. The Greeks secretly began building a massive wooden horse. This unusual structure was part of a plan that would change the fate of the war. After years of war, the Greeks came up with a different plan. They built a massive wooden horse and left it outside the gates of Troy. The Trojans believed the giant horse was a symbol of victory. They pulled it inside the city, thinking the war was finally over. When night fell, the plan was revealed. Greek soldiers hidden inside the horse emerged and opened the city gates. Once the gates were opened, the Greek army entered the city. The final night of Troy had begun. That night, Troy fell. The once powerful city was consumed by war and fire. After the Trojan War, the Mycenaean world slowly began to weaken. Many cities were abandoned and the old order started to collapse. After the collapse of the Mycenaean civilization, the Greek world entered a long period of decline. Historians call this era the Greek Dark Age. After the Dark Age, the Greek world slowly began to recover. Small but independent city-states appeared. These cities were known as polis. One of these city-states was Sparta. Spartan society was built entirely around warfare. In Sparta, boys were taken from their families at a very young age. In Sparta, boys were taken from their families at a young age. They grew up in a harsh military training system, known as the aga. This harsh training turned Spartan soldiers into extremely disciplined warriors. The Spartan army became one of the most feared military forces of the ancient world. But not all Greek cities were like Sparta. Athens followed a very different path. In Athens, politics, philosophy, and art began to flourish. The city soon became the cultural center of the Greek world. In Athens, citizens began to take part in government. Important decisions were discussed together by the people. Over time, this system became one of the earliest examples of democracy in history. Athens was also the birthplace of great thinkers. One of them was Socrates. Socrates encouraged people to think by asking questions. His ideas would later form the foundation of Western philosophy. One of Socrates' students was Plato. He founded one of the first great philosophical schools in Athens. One of Plato's students was Aristotle. He was interested not only in philosophy, but also in science. Through his studies of nature, logic, and knowledge, Aristotle became one of the most influential thinkers of the ancient world. Ancient Greece produced remarkable achievements not only in philosophy, but also in architecture. The Parthenon in Athens became one of the most magnificent structures of this civilization. Theater and the arts also flourished in ancient Greece. These works helped spread Greek culture across the Mediterranean world. Sports also played an important role in the Greek world. The Olympic Games and Olympia brought Greek city-states together. Ancient Greece left a profound legacy in human history. Its legacy still lives on in the foundations of the modern world. But one of the most mysterious stories from the Greek world was about a lost city. This story first appeared in the writings of the Greek philosopher Plato. Plato wrote that the name of this city was Atlantis. And this city was once one of the most powerful civilizations on Earth. For thousands of years, a story has been told. The story of a great civilization lost in the middle of the ocean, a place that once symbolized power and wealth. Its name was Atlantis. For thousands of years, a story has been told. A powerful civilization in the middle of the ocean, Atlantis. Plato wrote this story in two of his works, Timaeus and Crete. According to legend, Atlantis was one of the most powerful and wealthy civilizations in the world. But one day, the great city vanished. Earthquakes and massive waves swallowed Atlantis into the depths of the ocean. The story of Atlantis first appeared in the writings of the Greek philosopher Plato. But did Atlantis truly exist, or was it only a legend? Atlantis was not just a city, but a vast empire. According to Plato, the founder of Atlantis was the sea god Poseidon. Poseidon began to rule a great island in the middle of the ocean. Poseidon had 10 sons and divided the island into 10 kingdoms. The eldest son was named Atlas, and the island was named after him. For centuries, Atlantis thrived as a powerful and wealthy civilization. But one day dark clouds gathered on the horizon, and a massive storm rising over the Atlantic began moving toward the island. Atlantis was not only a powerful city, it was also a great center of trade. Ships moving through the inner canals carried goods from distant lands into the heart of the city. The capital of Atlantis was built in circular rings. Plato describes Atlantis as a civilization of incredible wealth. At the center of Atlantis stood a magnificent temple. It was dedicated to Poseidon, the god of the sea, and symbolized the power of the city. The people of Atlantis gathered around it to honor their god. Atlantis was not only a powerful city, but also the center of a great kingdom. Its rulers believed they were descendants of Poseidon and governed Atlantis with wealth and power. The island contained a precious metal called orichalcum. Atlantis was said to contain a precious metal called orichalcum, according to ancient sources. It was considered the most valuable metal after gold. But the power of Atlantis did not last forever. According to ancient accounts, great earthquakes and disasters began one day. The sea rose, and the mighty city was swallowed by the ocean. After the destruction of Atlantis, only legends remained. For centuries, people have wondered whether this lost city truly existed. The city of Atlantis had an unusual design. It was built in a great circular plan, made of rings of land and water canals. Atlantis was also a great center of trade. Ships arriving at its harbors brought gold, silver, and valuable goods from distant lands. It also possessed a powerful navy. This fleet carried the power of Atlantis across many parts of the ocean. Over time, Atlantis became more than just an island. With its powerful navy and wealth, it grew into a vast empire. According to Plato, the story was even older. The first person to hear it was the Athenian lawgiver. During his journey to Egypt, Solon learned this story. Egyptian priests told him about a powerful civilization that existed in ancient times. According to the priests, Atlantis existed in very ancient times. Egyptian records claimed that this powerful civilization lived nearly 9,000 years before Solon's time. The priests told Solon that Atlantis was located beyond the Pillars of Hercules. In the ancient world, this place is known today as the Strait of Gibraltar. According to Plato, Atlantis was a vast island. Its fertile lands, mountains, and wide plains allowed a powerful civilization to rise there. According to the legend, the story of Atlantis begins with the sea god, Poseidon. Poseidon chose this island as his domain and established a new kingdom there. Poseidon fell in love with a mortal woman named Cleito, who lived on the island. According to the legend, the kings of Atlantis were born from this union. Poseidon and Cleito had 10 sons. These sons became the first rulers of Atlantis and divided the island into 10 kingdoms. The eldest of these kings was Atlas. The island of Atlantis and the surrounding ocean were said to be named after him. The 10 kings of Atlantis gathered together at certain times. During these meetings, important decisions were made about the laws and governance of the empire. Atlantis was not only a powerful empire, it also possessed fertile lands. Vast plains were used for agriculture, providing great wealth for the people of the city. In Atlantis, the canals were not used only for defense. They also served as the main routes for trade and transportation throughout the city. The markets of Atlantis were filled with merchants from distant lands. Gold, silver, and valuable goods were traded throughout the city. The harbors of Atlantis held hundreds of ships. These vessels were used both for trade and for military expeditions. Atlantis was known not only for its wealth, but also for its military power. A large and disciplined army protected the city and its empire. According to Plato's account, Atlantis possessed a very precious metal called orichalcum, which was considered the most valuable metal after gold. Atlantis was not wealthy only because of gold and silver. Ancient sources mention a mysterious metal called orichalcum. Some accounts claim it had an extraordinary shine and was one of Atlantis' greatest treasures. Over time, Atlantis became more than a wealthy civilization. As its power grew, it began to dominate the lands around it. Atlantis was becoming a vast empire. As the power of Atlantis grew, so did its influence. Over time, the empire expanded beyond its island and began to dominate many other lands. According to Plato's account, the people of Atlantis eventually began to change. They moved away from their divine origins and became increasingly greedy. In the legend, Zeus, king of the gods, noticed this and gathered the other gods for a council. However, this may only be a mythological explanation. Some researchers believe the story of Atlantis might actually be a memory of a great natural disaster. Some researchers believe the story of Atlantis may be connected to a massive natural disaster. Earthquakes and rising seas may have set the stage for the fall of the great city. When the disaster began, the people of Atlantis did not understand what was happening. Earthquakes shook the city while the waters in the canals began to surge. Soon the sea began to rise. As the canals overflowed, parts of Atlantis started to sink beneath the water. According to ancient accounts, the disaster ended quickly. In a single day and night, Atlantis sank beneath the depths of the ocean. After the destruction of Atlantis, only legends remained. Whether the city truly existed has been debated for centuries. After the fall of Atlantis, its story continued to be told for centuries. Even medieval maps sometimes showed mysterious islands in the middle of the ocean. When the age of exploration began, some explorers hoped to find Atlantis. Ships sailing across the oceans were searching, not only for new lands, but also for traces of a lost civilization. Even today, the search for Atlantis has not completely ended. Scientists and researchers explore the ocean floor, hoping to find traces of a lost civilization. Some researchers believe the Atlantis legend may be a memory of a real disaster. One of the strongest theories links the story to the massive volcanic eruption on the island of Santorini in the Aegean Sea. Another theory suggests that the remains of Atlantis may lie near the Azores Islands in the Atlantic Ocean. Some researchers believe this region could be the remnants of an ancient land that once existed above the sea. Whether Atlantis truly existed is still unknown, yet the legend has continued to inspire human imagination for thousands of years. Perhaps Atlantis truly existed, or perhaps it was only a legend. But deep beneath the ocean lies a question that remains unanswered. Did Atlantis ever truly exist? Everything began with the Nile River. Flowing through the desert, the river flooded each year and left behind rich black soil. And on that soil, one of the greatest civilizations in human history was born. Every year the Nile flooded its banks. When the waters receded, rich black soil remained behind. Because of this fertile land, people began settling along the Nile. Over time, two powerful kingdoms emerged along the Nile. Upper Egypt in the south, and Lower Egypt in the north. Two crowns, two rulers, and two kingdoms divided the land of the Nile. But one day, everything changed. A king from the south united the two kingdoms into a single land. His name was Narmer, and with him, ancient Egypt was born. The kings who came after Narmer were more than rulers. They saw themselves as the earthly representatives of the sky god Horus. And so a new title was born in Egypt, Pharaoh. The Pharaoh was the most powerful ruler of Egypt, but he needed trusted officials to govern the kingdom. The most powerful of them was the vizier. The true power of Egypt came from the Nile River. Each year its floods made the land fertile. Thanks to this, Egyptian farmers built a thriving civilization. Large cities emerged along the Nile River. Cities such as Memphis and Thebes became centers of Egyptian life. Trade, craftsmanship, and daily life flourished within them. Markets in Egyptian cities were always busy. Merchants sold fruits, fabrics, and pottery goods. Trade was an important part of everyday life. In ancient Egypt, artisans worked with great skill. Statues, jewelry, and pottery were shaped by their hands. These craftsmen reflected the art and beauty of Egyptian culture. Writing was a great power in ancient Egypt. Scribes recorded information by writing hieroglyphs on papyrus. History, laws, and stories survived through these writings. Religion was at the center of life in ancient Egypt. The Egyptians worshipped many gods, such as Ra, Osiris, and Anubis. Inside the temples, priests performed daily rituals for the gods. The Egyptians built massive temples for their gods. These sacred structures were not only places of worship, but also religious and cultural centers. Priests performed rituals here in the name of the gods. Ancient Egypt possessed a powerful army. Soldiers fought with spears and shields, while chariots became the fastest and strongest weapon on the battlefield. This army protected Egypt's power and its borders. At the top of ancient Egypt stood the pharaoh. Egyptians believed the pharaoh was not just a king, but the living representative of the gods on earth. His word carried the power of law throughout the land. The Egyptians did not believe death was the end. They believed the spirit of the pharaoh would continue to live. But for that to happen, the body had to be preserved, and so the practice of mummification began. Royal tombs were filled with gold, jewels, and sacred objects. But over time, these tombs became targets for thieves. The pharaohs now had to protect not only their bodies, but their tombs as well. Pharaoh Djoser wanted his tomb to stand forever. His architect Imhotep proposed a new idea, stacking stone structures upward, and in the desert of Saqqara, the first pyramid in history began to rise. After the first pyramid, pharaohs began demanding even larger structures. Pharaoh Sneferu ordered the construction of a massive pyramid, but as it rose, the angle had to be changed, giving the structure its unusual shape. Today, it is known as the bent pyramid. Pharaoh Khufu decided to build the largest pyramid in history. On the Giza Plateau, millions of stone blocks were moved, as construction continued for years. In the end, one of the greatest stone monuments in human history rose into the sky, the Great Pyramid of Khufu. The pyramids were not alone in Giza. Watching over the desert stood a colossal statue, with the body of a lion and the face of a human. It is known today as the Sphinx. The Great Pyramid was not only massive, it was built with astonishing precision. Its four sides are almost perfectly aligned with the cardinal directions. Even today, it remains one of the greatest engineering mysteries of the ancient world. Inside the pyramids were complex passages and hidden chambers. Narrow corridors led deep into the burial chamber of the pharaoh. There, the sarcophagus and objects meant for the afterlife were placed. Building the pyramids required millions of stones. These massive blocks were cut from limestone quarries near the Nile. Workers used copper tools to break the rock and prepare stones, weighing several tons. The cut stone blocks were transported along the Nile River, loaded onto wooden barges. The massive stones were carried toward Giza. The Nile became the most important transportation route for the pyramid construction. Once the stones reached Giza, they were dragged across the desert on wooden sledges. Hundreds of workers pulled the massive blocks with thick ropes. Water was poured onto the sand to reduce friction and help the stones move more easily. As the pyramid grew taller, moving the stones became increasingly difficult. To solve this, architects built massive ramps around the structure. Workers pulled the blocks up these ramps to reach the higher levels of the pyramid. Egyptian architects carefully determined the alignment of the pyramid, using ropes, measuring rods, and the positions of the stars. They aligned the structure with the cardinal directions. This is why the pyramids achieved an almost perfect symmetry. Thousands of workers who built the pyramids lived in villages near Giza. These settlements contained bakeries, workshops, and resting areas. The pyramid construction had become one of the largest organized projects in ancient Egypt. After years of work, the pyramid slowly began to take its final shape. Workers placed massive stone blocks on the upper levels. Each new stone was seen as a step toward the pharaoh's immortality. Today the pyramids appear rough and weathered, but when they were first built, their surfaces were covered with smooth, white limestone casing stones. Under the desert sun, the pyramids shone like enormous towers of light. When the pyramid was completed, a special capstone was placed at the top. Many historians believe it was covered in gold. Shining in the sunlight, it symbolized the pharaoh's ascent toward the gods. The pyramid was not a single structure. Around it stood temples, ceremonial courtyards, and long stone causeways leading to the pyramid. These places were used for royal funerals and sacred rituals. Years later, the life of the pharaoh came to an end. Priests and royal attendants began preparing for the great funeral ceremony. For the Egyptians, death was not the end, but the beginning of the journey to the world of the gods. Priests prepared the body of the pharaoh for the journey to eternity. The organs were removed, the body was dried, and then wrapped in linen bandages. This sacred process ensured that the pharaoh's spirit could return to its body. The pharaoh's organs were placed inside special containers. These containers were known as canopic jars. Gold objects, statues, and sacred symbols were also placed inside the royal tomb. The mummified body of the pharaoh was carried toward the pyramid in a grand funeral procession. As priests recited prayers, mourning women raised their arms and cried in grief. This ceremony symbolized the pharaoh's final journey to the world of the gods. Priests prepared the burial chamber of the pharaoh. Golden treasures, statues, food offerings, and sacred symbols were placed inside the tomb. The Egyptians believed the pharaoh would continue his life in the afterlife. The pharaoh's sarcophagus was placed inside the burial chamber. Priests recited their final prayers and completed the sacred rituals. With this moment, the pharaoh's journey into eternity began. After the funeral ceremony, the passages of the pyramid were sealed. Massive stone blocks were slid into the corridors to close the tomb. From that moment on, the pharaoh's resting place was meant to remain protected forever. Years passed, then centuries. Pharaohs changed, dynasties rose and fell, yet in the desert, the pyramids continued to stand against the passage of time. Centuries later, the pyramids had become relics of an ancient world. Travelers and merchants crossing the desert could see the massive structures from afar, and everyone asked the same question: who had built these enormous monuments? Over time, some people tried to enter the pyramids. Narrow corridors and dark passages led deep inside the structure, yet the pyramid still held many secrets. Inside the pyramid there were not only corridors. Some passages were blocked by massive stone blocks. These hidden structures were designed to protect the pharaoh's tomb. As centuries passed, most of the treasures inside the pyramids disappeared. Many tombs had been emptied or damaged. What remained were empty stone chambers and the traces of a lost civilization. Once the pyramids were crowned with shining capstones. Many historians believe these pyramidions were covered in gold, but over time they disappeared, leaving the pyramids with bare summits. Centuries passed, kings and empires rose and fell, yet the pyramids continued to stand in the desert. The journey doesn't end here. We will continue exploring world history in chronological order. Follow the channel and visit us to continue the adventure. For over 4,500 years they have stood in the desert. Massive stone mountains built by the will of pharaohs. But who were the rulers powerful enough to command the construction of the pyramids? To answer that question, we must go back to the very beginning of pyramid building. Before the pyramids, pharaohs were buried in flat stone tombs. In ancient Egypt, pharaohs were not just rulers, they were believed to be the earthly representatives of the gods. During Egypt's third dynasty, this idea took a new direction. Pharaoh Djoser ordered the construction of a tomb unlike anything built before. Over time, these mastaba tombs grew larger and more complex. Eventually, builders began stacking them on top of each other. This idea would lead to the first pyramid in history. Built for Pharaoh Djoser, the Step Pyramid became the first massive stone monument in history. The mind behind this monumental structure was the pharaoh's architect Imhotep's idea was simple, yet revolutionary. Raise the tomb toward the sky. The Step Pyramid was rising layer by layer. Each new stone brought the pharaoh's name closer to the sky. It is considered the first massive stone monument in human history. The Step Pyramid was only the beginning. Architects were already dreaming of a perfect pyramid. The new pharaoh Sneferu dreamed even bigger. Now the goal was a perfect pyramid. Detailed calculations were made. Sneferu finally found the perfect form. The first true pyramid rose from the desert. Years of labor had finally come to an end. The workers walked home, carrying the quiet pride of their achievement. Sneferu was one of the pharaohs who advanced pyramid architecture. During his reign, pyramids took on a new form. This success opened the age of pyramids. Soon, an even greater monument would be built. After Sneferu's success, a new pharaoh emerged. Khufu decided to build the greatest pyramid in history. When Pharaoh Khufu came to power during the 4th dynasty, he sought to surpass the Egyptian and began building the second Great Pyramid at Giza. After the death of Khufu, the throne of Egypt passed to his son Khafre. The new pharaoh wanted to continue his father's legacy and demonstrate his power. For this reason, he ordered the construction of the second Great Pyramid on the Giza Plateau. Although slightly smaller than Khufu's pyramid, it was built on higher ground and appears almost equal in size from a distance. During this same period, a massive statue rose on the Giza Plateau with the body of a lion and the head of a human. It is now known as the Great Sphinx. During the reign of Khafre, the Giza Plateau was more than just a field of pyramids. With temples, causeways, and ceremonial spaces, it had become a vast, monumental complex. Each of these structures represented the pharaoh's power and his connection with the gods. The pyramids were not only tombs, but also sacred monuments symbolizing the eternal life of the pharaoh. After Khafre, the throne passed to Pharaoh Menkaure, who began building the third pyramid on the Giza Plateau. Although smaller than the others, it became an essential part of the Giza complex. Together, the three pyramids formed one of the most magnificent, monumental landscapes in ancient Egypt. These structures became one of the greatest engineering achievements of the ancient world. For thousands of years they have endured wind, sand, and time. Today the pyramids of Giza still stand. These monuments are more than structures made of stone blocks. They remain lasting symbols of the power, belief, and determination of ancient Egypt. The Great Pyramid of Giza is considered one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Follow the channel for the next chapter in our chronological journey through history. Thousands of years ago, Anatolia was a vast land where great empires had not yet emerged. Fertile plains, mountain, valleys, and early trade routes would soon turn this region into the cradle of powerful civilizations. Around 2000 BC, new groups began arriving in Anatolia. These Indo-European peoples would eventually become known as the Hittites and lay the foundation of a powerful civilization. Before the Hittites, Anatolia was home to peoples such as the Hessians, Hurrians, and Luwians. Interaction with these cultures created a unique and complex civilization. Over time, the Hittites established an important city in central Anatolia. This city would become Hattusa, the future capital of a powerful empire. In the 17th century BC, King Hattusili I rose to power. His reign is often considered the true foundation of the Hittite state. During the reign of Hattusili, the Hittite army conquered many cities across Anatolia. These victories helped transform the Hittites into a regional power. Under King Mursili I, the Hittite army marched deep into Mesopotamia, launching one of the most surprising campaigns of the ancient world. In 1595 BC, the Hittites captured Babylon. This dramatic event changed the balance of power in Mesopotamia. After the Babylon campaign, the Hittite kingdom entered a period of instability, marked by palace intrigues and power struggles. By the 14th century BC, the Hittites regained strength and expanded across Anatolia and much of northern Syria. The Hittite capital Hattusa grew into a powerful city, surrounded by massive defensive walls. It became not only the capital, but also the political and military center of the empire. The Hittites expanded across much of Anatolia and northern Syria, becoming one of the dominant powers of the region. During the reign of Suppiluliuma I, the Hittite Empire reached a new height of power. He is considered one of the greatest rulers in Hittite history. Under the leadership of Suppiluliuma, the Hittite armies began advancing beyond Anatolia. Many cities in Syria came under Hittite control. These conquests turned the Hittite Empire into one of the most powerful states of the ancient Near East. One of of Suppilulima's greatest achievements was defeating the kingdom of Mitanni. With this victory, the Hittites gained control over many important cities in Syria. The fall of Mitanni helped establish the Hittite Empire as one of the dominant powers of the ancient Near East. One of the greatest strengths of the Hittite army was the Por chariot. These vehicles, operated by a crew of 3, provided speed and maneuverability on the battlefield. With their chariots, the Hittites became one of the most formidable military powers of the ancient world. The Hittite Empire grew not only through military power, but also through trade networks. Trade routes connecting Anatolia, Mesopotamia, and Syria were under Hittite control. Through these routes, copper, silver, textiles, and valuable goods were transported, strengthening the empire's economy. The Hittites recorded state documents on clay tablets, using cuneiform writing. Thousands of these tablets have been discovered in the capital city of Hattusa. Thanks to these records, historians have learned a great deal about Hittite laws, treaties, and daily life. The Hittites practiced a polytheistic religion and were sometimes called the people of 1,000 gods. Gods from many different cultures became part of the Hittite belief system. The sanctuary of Yatzilakaya was one of the most important religious sites where these gods were carved into massive rock reliefs. However, the rise of the Hittite Empire made conflict inevitable. The cities of Syria held great strategic value for both the Hittites and Egypt. This rivalry would soon bring the two great empires face to face near the city of Kadesh. To the south, another great empire was rising, Egypt. Pharaoh Ramses II sought to expand his influence over Syria. For this reason, the powerful Egyptian army began marching toward the city of Kadesh. In 1274 BC, the Hittite and Egyptian armies met near the city of Kadesh. In the early moments of the battle, the Hittites launched a surprise attack. Their fast-moving chariots struck the Egyptian forces and created chaos across the battlefield. But the battle was not over. Pharaoh Ramses II rallied his forces and personally led the counterattack. The Egyptian army regrouped and managed to halt the Hittite advance. The battle raged for hours. Chariots, infantry, and archers fought fiercely across the desert battlefield. The Battle of Kadesh became one of the largest conflicts of the ancient world. By the end of the day, there was no clear winner. Both the Hittites and the Egyptians had suffered heavy losses. The Battle of Kadesh was remembered as a massive clash between two great empires. After the Battle of Kadesh, the two great empires chose diplomacy the Hittites and Egyptians signed what is considered the first known written peace treaty in history. This agreement marked the beginning of a long period of peace between the two states. After the Treaty of Kadesh, a new era began between the Hittites and Egypt. Instead of war, the two great empires chose diplomacy and trade. Envoys were exchanged between the royal courts, strengthening relations between the two states. Powerful for some time, the capital city of Hattusa, with its massive walls, temples and royal palaces, stood as one of the greatest cities of Anatolia, but the fate of this powerful empire would soon begin to change. In 1200 BC, as catastrophes loomed, the great king made a difficult choice. At dawn, the last hope of the Hittites and their sacred relics were quietly carried out of Hattusa's gates. The capital was being abandoned to a deep silence. As the convoy abandoned the city, the empire's fate was already sealed. A mysterious enemy from the sea was setting coastal cities ablaze. This was the great invasion that would bring about the end of the Bronze Age. These invaders were not just looting, they were dismantling an entire civilization. The famed Hittite chariots and bronze weapons proved useless against these warriors of the Iron Age. The ports, the Hittites' gateways to the outside world, fell one by one. The sea peoples were not just taking land, they were severing the trade arteries of civilization. While the Hittite army fought deep in Anatolia, the coasts were left completely defenseless. Fire and smoke became the new fate of the once glorious Hittite cities. And so, a millennium-old titan fell. This great destruction, brought by the sea peoples, was the final nail in the coffin of the Hittite Empire. As the order of the known world crumbled, Anatolia was plunged into a deep, dark silence that would last. For centuries, the Hittites were gone, leaving behind only ashes scattered by the wind and secrets buried beneath the earth. The Hittites may have disappeared from history, but their legacy remains part of the story of human civilization, and we will continue exploring history in chronological order. Follow the channel so you don't miss the next great civilization. The towering cedar trees atop the mountains of Lebanon were the pens that wrote the destiny of the Phoenicians. These trees were so remarkably strong that the ships built from them defied the fierce waves of the Mediterranean. It all began with a voice lost among the dusty pages of history, beyond written history. The masters of the sea lay quietly in wait. With the launching of these vessels into the sea, history's first true seafaring people emerged. The Phoenicians were not a single empire, but a series of interconnected giant port cities. Tyre and Sidon were like impenetrable fortresses built upon the sea. These ports became the first great metropolises where goods, languages, and cultures from across the world blended together. The heart of maritime trade beat here. And the wealth of Phoenicia flourished within these harbors. Tyrian purple, obtained from sea snails, was more valuable than even gold in the ancient world. This special color was produced through the laborious processing of thousands of sea mollusks. Over time, this color became an indispensable status symbol for kings, emperors, and nobles. The greatest secret of Phoenicia's economic power and wealth lay hidden in this unique purple dye. But Phoenicia represented not only trade, but also an impenetrable defense. A circular waterway leading to the center, with a small island in the middle where the admiral was positioned. When the enemy entered, they would find themselves facing a massive fleet. This was strategy written in stone and water. The Cotton Harbor, rising in Carthage, was the most advanced military engineering marvel of the ancient world. From the outside, this circular harbor appeared to be a quiet trading center, but inside, there were secret hangars housing more than 200 warships. According to legend, Phoenician merchants discovered glass by chance while lighting a fire on the beach. Turning this coincidence into a magnificent craft, the Phoenicians became one of the first peoples to succeed in shaping glass by blowing. Transparent glass vessels, elegant vases, and colorful beads became the most sought-after luxury goods, everywhere from the Mediterranean to Mesopotamia. Glass craftsmanship proved their aesthetic sense and commercial intelligence to the entire world. They were drops of light spreading to every corner of the Mediterranean. This was the greatest proof of how the Phoenicians mastered the elements of nature, fire, and sand. Now we turn our camera thousands of miles away, across the Atlantic Ocean, to the rainforests of Mexico. While the Phoenicians were shaping glass, the Olmecs, a major culture of the Americas, were rising to prominence. They were carving colossal basalt rocks to erect mysterious 20-ton statues and developing complex calendars. While the Phoenicians navigated by looking at the stars, the Olmecs used those same stars to build their pyramids. Two different worlds, with one shared curiosity: the sky. Meanwhile, in the east, in the heart of China, the Zhou dynasty reigned supreme. This empire, which proclaimed the sanctity of governance, with the concept of the regency of the heavens, was laying the foundations of philosophy and social order. While purple-dyed fabrics adorned kings in the west, an empire of silk and wisdom was rising in the east. Varsalan met in history was like a gigantic machine beating, unaware of each other, but at the same pace. They set aside complex hieroglyphs and cuneiform scripts to create the first alphabet, consisting of only 22 letters. Thanks to this revolutionary invention, reading and writing moved beyond the monopoly of palaces and reached the common people and merchants. The foundation of the modern alphabets we use today was laid with this knot tied by Phoenician scribes thousands of years ago. The Phoenicians did not just build ships, they also learned to read the language of the sea. They were the first sailors to find their way during night voyages by following the North Star, known at the time as the Phoenician Star. Their double-rowed galleys, the biremes, provided both agility in war and high capacity in trade. This technological superiority made them the undisputed sole masters of the open seas. They were the only people who dared to cross the Pillars of Hercules, known today as the Strait of Gibraltar, which was considered the end of the known world. They fearlessly ventured into the fierce waters of the Atlantic Ocean, circumnavigated the African continent, and reached the British Isles to trade in tin. For them, the horizon was not a limit, but the beginning of a new world waiting to be discovered. These courageous expeditions changed the geographical knowledge of antiquity forever. Carthage, whose foundations were laid with the exile story of Princess Dido, soon reached a power that would overshadow even its mother city, Tyre. This new city rising on the North African coast became the most magnificent fortress of the Phoenician spirit and commercial genius. Carthage was not just a colony, it was the new master of the Western Mediterranean and the center of a massive empire that would rival Rome. This rise ensured the spread of Phoenician influence throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. One of the greatest strategic battles in history took place before the city of Tyre, which was considered impenetrable. To capture this island city on the sea, Alexander the Great achieved a massive feat of engineering by building a causeway from the shore to the island. This relentless siege, lasting for months, was not just the fall of a city, but a historical turning point where the Phoenician city-states began their physical decline. With this event, the absolute dominance of the ancient world over the seas began to change hands. Even though the Phoenicians have withdrawn from the stage of history, their indelible footprints still remain in every letter we write today, in our maritime rules, and in our global trade system. They were the first true global civilization to connect distant lands. Their courage, intelligence, and cultural legacy continue to shine like jewels embedded in the foundations of the modern world. Although the masters of the sea are gone, we touch the legacy they left behind every single day. The ancient world was far larger than we imagined, bound together by invisible threads. From Phoenicia to America, from China to Africa, humanity built with the same unwavering determination. In the next episode, we'll explore the great turning point where these civilizations met. Don't forget to subscribe and join this vast journey. The jungles of Mexico hid America's greatest secret for thousands of years. This dense green canopy carried the traces of a massive genius isolated from the modern world. In 1862, a peasant found the first colossal head underground, changing American history. Around 1200 BC, a massive civilization suddenly rose in these jungles. Without any preparation phase, they directly reached the peak in architecture and art. Before the Aztecs and Mayans were on the scene, the Olmecs had already discovered the calendar and writing. They are the mother culture that laid the foundation for all great Mesoamerican cultures. The name Olmec was given to them by the Aztecs thousands of years later, meaning rubber people. What they called themselves in their own language remained hidden in the dark and lost pages of history. It still astonishes the scientific world that they emerged with such flawless stonework without a primitive beginning. It was as if this advanced technical knowledge had come to them from across the ocean. Olmec engineers built massive artificial mountains by moving millions of cubic meters of earth in the middle of the swamp. These structures were designed to prevent destructive floods and to be closer to the sacred sky. Water channels carefully carved from stone are one of the most advanced hydraulic engineering examples of the ancient world. This system, which brought continuous clean water to the city, is tangible proof of the Olmec's technical genius. The Olmecs went down in history not only for their giant stone heads, but also for the rubber balls they developed. By processing latex obtained from rubber trees growing in forests, they managed to produce flexible and durable balls. These balls formed the basis of the sacred ball game played in Mesoamerica. The game was not just entertainment, it also represented cosmic symbolism. The ball symbolized the sun or planets in the sky, and the player's struggle depicted the battle between order and chaos in the universe. The rubber technology developed by the Olmecs later spread to the Maya and Aztec civilizations, marking the beginning of a tradition that would last for thousands of years. Every street and structure in the city is not random, but aligned according to specific star systems and planets. They were the first astrologers to successfully translate the divine order of the sky into a city plan on Earth. They not only observed the sky, but also interpreted the cycles of Venus and the movements of the stars as sacred signs. This cosmic understanding would later form the basis of the advanced celestial calendars and astrological traditions of the Mayan civilization. How did a people without wheels or pack animals bring these blocks from the mountains 100 kilometers away? This journey across the turbulent waters of rivers is one of the greatest puzzles in the history of engineering. The thick lips and wide nose structures on the statues contrast greatly with indigenous American genetics. These characteristic facial features may be a sign of a secret intercontinental bond in the ancient world. The helmets on the heads bear striking and inexplicable similarities to ancient Middle Eastern and Phoenician warrior helmets. These details show that history is much more complex and connected than what we are told. Each head has its own expression and soul. These are not just statues, but copies of living kings. The Olmecs defied time by carving the immortality of their leaders into these massive stones. According to Olmec belief, the head is the most important center where the soul, intelligence, and sacred power are gathered. Therefore, by depicting only the head instead of the body, they aim to preserve the essence of the person. Deep hammer marks on some heads are the result of a ceremonial ritual performed when a leader died. These marks were left to release the dead king's power from the stone and send his soul to eternity. Many colossal heads were hidden by being buried underground in a grand ceremony shortly after being made. These statues may have been intended to serve the underworld gods rather than the physical world. The colossal statues face the precise coordinates where the sun rises and sets during the solstices. These massive stones were also fixed observation points used by the civilization to measure time. Long-bearded strangers with different clothing, never seen among the local people, are depicted in the reliefs. These figures are the memory of mysterious guides who set foot on the American continent thousands of years ago. The La Venta Pyramid is America's first pyramid and symbolizes a sacred volcano. This massive earthen structure was the first spiritual bridge the Olmecs built between heaven and earth. Giant mosaics buried underground are secret gifts, prepared for the gods and hidden from human eyes. Thousands of tons of precious jade were laid deep in the earth to form complex serpent motifs. The tools they made from hematite may be the first examples of a compass, showing they discovered the Earth's magnetic field. This technology proves they tracked not just the stars, but the invisible forces of the Earth. The Olmecs processed obsidian as smooth as a mirror to direct light and energy into dark temples. These mirrors were used in rituals, both for divination and to control the power of the sun. They saw jade as the sacred color of life, water, and eternity, valuing it more than gold. The most skilled artisans carved hard stones as fine as silk to create immortal masks. The Cascile block is the oldest and most mysterious, evidence of the first complex writing system in the Americas. The symbols on this stone are one of the ancient world's greatest unsolved linguistic puzzles. The Olmecs developed a number system of dots and bars capable of complex astronomical calculations. This mathematical genius allowed them to accurately measure cycles spanning thousands of years. Being one of the first civilizations to use zero as a digit shows the depth of their mathematical knowledge. The concept of zero was a symbol of their understanding of the void and eternity of the universe. The Olmecs' adoption of this understanding shows that they were not only mathematicians, but also great philosophers who contemplated everything in the universe. By interlocking two different calendars, they perfectly controlled time from both religious and agricultural perspectives. This system is a massive legacy that would form the basis of the Mayan calendar thousands of years later. The Olmecs' greatest god was a half-human, half-jaguar, being representing power and the underworld. This figure symbolized the union of nature's wild power and human intelligence. Mysterious baby-faced figures were sacred spirits, representing rain from the sky and the fertility of the earth. These statues were offerings for the continuation of the agricultural cycle that fed society. Transformed into jaguars during rituals and communicated with the spirit world. This shamanic transformation was the most feared and respected ritual of Olmec society. Sacrificial ceremonies to please the gods and maintain the balance of the universe began in the dark corners of Olmec temples. These bloody rituals were seen as a price to be paid for the continuation of life. consecrated caves as massive mouths opening to the realm of the dead and the dwellings of the gods. These dark passages were sacred spaces where the fine line between life and death met. The oldest traces of the Mayans' famous feathered serpent god Kukulkan are hidden in these old depictions of winged snakes. This motif represented the eternal connection between earth and sky and wisdom. They saw mountains as the true home of the gods and built massive altars to reach these peaks. Every mountain was a ladder stretching to the sky and a source of divine power. Around 400 BC, these massive cities began to be abandoned, suddenly and mysteriously. Although there is no certain evidence as to why the population dispersed, environmental disasters are the most likely possibility. The shifting of riverbeds and volcanic eruptions may have completely collapsed their agricultural systems. Nature, taking back the fertility it offered, also paved the way for the end of this great civilization. This was not an escape, but a farewell ceremony. They entrusted those imposing, wise faces to the compassionate embrace of the earth, so that the spirits of their kings, even if their cities were destroyed, would live forever in the heart of the land. This was not a defeat, but an act of preserving memory and honor. Although the Olmec civilization vanished, their language, beliefs, and calendar systems were inherited by the Mayans and Aztecs. Every great culture in Central America, from pyramid construction to the writing system, was born from this legacy they left behind. The foreign facial features on the colossal stone heads and underground cities discovered with LiDAR technology still make researchers think about mysterious connections. These statues may be proof that human history united much earlier than we thought. This is perhaps the most intriguing question. What if the Olmecs weren't silent witnesses to the history we know, but rather a missing link in a forgotten global network? What if those stony faces were the memories of visitors or ancestors from across the oceans? Olmec, the beginning of civilization, mystery itself, and the common heritage of humanity. Remember, these colossal, heads deep in the jungles, continue to whisper the truth and ancient knowledge to us. The beginning of civilization, mystery itself, and the common heritage of humanity. We will continue to trace these ancient secrets. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to join us on this journey into the depths of history, and not miss the rest of the series. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, in the caves of Jalkudian, primitive humans control fire for the first time. The struggle for survival begins amidst dark forests and wild animals. As the Ice Age ends, people leave the caves and settle. Along the Yellow River, the first millet fields are planted, and the art of painted pottery leaves the first marks of civilization. Around 2500 BC, society becomes complex. Longshaned people build high walls and produce technological marvels, pitch black, glossy, eggshell-thin pottery. The legendary Yellow Emperor Huangdi gathers the scattered warrior tribes along the Yellow River under one roof, laying the political and cultural foundation of Chinese civilization. Empress Lisu, while sitting under a mulberry tree in her garden, unspools silk fibers from a cocoon that fell into her teacup, starting the silk weaving that would dominate the world for millennia. Let us witness how the fate of a river, the fate of a people, and the determination of one man intertwined, and how a dynasty was born. Here, we understand how Great Yu transformed into a legend by harnessing the destructive power of nature to serve humanity. Great Yu, working for 13 years to stop the deadly floods of the Yellow River, drains the water to the sea by digging massive canals and establishes China's first official dynasty, Xia, with the people's gratitude. Shang priests cracked turtle shells in fire to read the will of the gods. The symbols engraved on these cracks become the earliest ancestors of Chinese writing. The last Shang king, Di Xin, falls in love with the legendarily beautiful but cruel Daji, indulging in luxury in palaces with lakes of wine while his people starve. The virtuous Zhou leader Wu unites the tribes and defeats the Shang army at the Battle of Mai. King Di Xin sets himself on fire with his treasures, ending the dynasty. Zhou kings declare they have received the mandate of heaven. They establish China's first major feudal system by distributing land to nobles gathered in the palace square. Amidst political turmoil, the sage Confucius teaches morality and loyalty to his students under a willow tree as philosophies that will forever change China's mindset begin to flourish. As central authority collapses, China divides into 7 great states. Technology shifts from bronze to iron, and massive armies clash to rule all of China. Ending the warring states period, Qin Shi Huang declares himself the first emperor. He unifies the 7 kingdoms under one flag while standardizing weights, currency, and writing. To stop nomadic raids from the north, the emperor connects previously built walls into a massive defense line. Thousands of workers raise the world's largest structure on mountain peaks. Fearing death, the emperor buries thousands of clay soldiers underground, each with a unique face to protect him in the afterlife. The Silk Road carried not only silk and horses, but also the arts and riches it encompassed as China encountered the world. Beyond its walls, it was also experiencing an enlightenment. Within itself, the stability of the Han Dynasty paved the way for some of history's most brilliant inventions and cultural achievements. Now, it is witnessing an invention that will change the very end, and a history that will never allow the past to be lost. CSI Lan, an official in the Han court, produces the first real paper by mixing tree bark and old rags. This invention changes the world by allowing knowledge to move from bamboo sticks to light pages. The capital Tianjin becomes the largest and wealthiest city in the world, in palaces with vast gardens, poets, musicians, and scientists produced the most elegant examples of Chinese art. A massive fleet on the Yangtze River is engulfed in flames as the strategic genius Zhuge Liang turns the wind. Unified, smaller armies engulf the tyrant Cao's massive force in fire. Three legendary warriors under blooming peach trees, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, swear an oath to remain brothers until death, to protect the people and save the empire. The wise Zhuge Liang sits on the city walls with a feather fan. Stopping the enemy with a single musical note, he proves to the world that intelligence is superior to brute force. The Tang capital Chang'an becomes the world's largest city, with a population of 1 million. Arab, Persian, and Indian merchants from the Silk Road gather in markets, filled with silk and spices. Wu Zixin, the first and only woman to sit on the throne in Chinese history, rules the empire with her intelligence and iron fist. She takes the power of women in society and the grandeur of art to its peak. Wise poets Li Bai and Du Fu write their poems by the river, under the moonlight, as Chinese literature and painting produce the most elegant examples that will not be forgotten for millennia. Towards the end of the 10th dynasty, in the 800s AD, 9th century Chinese alchemists accidentally invent gunpowder while searching for the elixir of immortality in their laboratories. Although this explosive mixture was initially just a matter of curiosity, it ignited the fuse of a fire that would radically change human history. This revolutionary secret is carried to the Arab world and then to Europe via the Silk Road. Caravans setting out from China carry not only silk and spices, but also the formula for this destructive power that will shape the world on an intercontinental journey, forever changing the nature of war. This technology reaches its peak during the Song dynasty. Gunpowder arrows and the first cannons begin to roar on the battlefields. Chinese civilization now guides the world, not only with its philosophy, but also with its engineering. From the first fire by the Yellow River to the world shaking invention of gunpowder, Chinese civilization, like a river, flowing uninterrupted for thousands of years, shaped the soul with its philosophy and the world with its engineering. On this journey, we only saw the foundations, the wisdom of Confucius, the ambition of the first emperor, and the grandeur of the Silk Road. Deep within the jungle, a civilization forgotten by time once rose. In the deep jungles of Central America, a civilization was born. a civilization beyond time. What an accurate description. The verdant lands of Mesoamerica, a civilization that was constantly evolving, not just in its calendars. Its pyramids were ladders reaching to the sky, and each GLF on its walls was a code whispering the secrets of the universe. For centuries, it was hidden by nature. Here are those lost ruins, once nestled in nature. Every stone, every vine tells a story. But this civilization would change the world. The Maya civilization spread across a vast region. It all began with small villages. Corn was at the center of life. To them, humans were created from maize. Villages slowly transformed into great cities. Cities rose in the heart of the jungle. Stone structures reached toward the sky. They built massive pyramids without metal, only with intelligence. Engineering, without using wheels, iron tools, or pack animals. They built pyramids overlooking the sky by moving tons of stone deep into the forests. Population, the total population of the cities exceeded 10 million during this period. These structures were not just architecture, they were connected to the sky. On certain days, sunlight touched the pyramids and moved like a serpent of light. Architecture, they developed an acoustic and astronomica. Architecture so precise that during the equinoxes, the sun's rays would cast a serpentine shadow on the pyramid steps. The Maya watched the skies. The stars were their guide. Astronomy and calendar. They calculated the movements of Venus with accuracy. The solar calendar they developed differs from our modern calendar by only seconds. They tracked planetary movements, especially Venus, which was crucial to them. They tried to understand time and found ways to measure it. They created complex calendars, still incredibly accurate today. They were one of the first civilizations in the world to use the concept of 00. They developed a base 20 number system. writing system. They possessed the most advanced writing system hieroglyphs in the Americas. They wrote history books using over 800 symbols. The Maya writing system was advanced, combining symbols and sounds. They imprisoned Venus in time, carved history into stone, and discovered zero. They carved their stories into stone, leaving records of kings and wars. Kings were not just rulers, they were believed to speak with gods. Rituals were part of daily life. Everything had meaning. Sacrifices were made for the gods to maintain balance in the universe. But the Maya world was not peaceful. Cities were constantly at war. Wars were fought for power. Blood was spilled for control. Captives were highly valued. They meant both power and ritual. Then nature began to change. Drought made life harder. Agriculture began to fail. The land was no longer as fertile. Cities were slowly abandoned. People left their homes behind. Massive structures stood empty. The jungle reclaimed everything. A great civilization collapsed, but the reason remains unclear. One thing is certain: the collapse was sudden and deep. But the Maya people did not disappear. They continued to live on. Today, millions of Mayas still exist. Their culture and language live on. Their past still lives within them, and their story continues. The Maya civilization transcended time, leaving a deep mark on humanity. And And some mysteries remain unsolved. Perhaps they never will be. The secrets of ancient civilizations and codes from the past. Stay tuned for more. 40 kilometers northeast of Mexico City lies a mystery. Its name comes from the Aztecs, the birthplace of the gods. But they didn't found this city, they discovered it. In the 1400s, when they looked at these ruins, they gave them names, but they didn't understand them. Because Teotihuacan doesn't speak. There's writing on it, but it's undecipherable. They have kings, but their names are lost. And today, 2,000 years later, we are still asking the same question: who were they? In 100 BC, while the Roman Republic was being established, and the Qin dynasty was rising, something else was happening here. In the middle of the valley, there was no river, no harbor, but someone was building one of the world's greatest cities. No wheels, no iron, but 100,000 men and a plan, a terrible plan. The plan for Teotihuacan is a message, a 2-kilometer-long boulevard, the way of the dead. Why the dead? Because along this road, there are small hills, graves, but who is in them? We don't know. The tombs have been plundered, perhaps kings, perhaps priests, perhaps victims. But this path is not just a street, it is an axis between the earth and the sky. In the middle of the road, the Pyramid of the Sun, 65 meters high, 225 meters base. In terms of volume, it is larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. But it's different. This pyramid is made of limestone and volcanic tuff, and it's not hollow. In the 1970s, a tunnel was discovered. It's 100 meters long. From underground towards the very center of the pyramid. But what's in the center? A tomb? A treasure? No, a room. And in that room, in 2015, mercury was found. Tons of mercury, liquid metal, for the journey of souls, for the passage of the dead. Mercury is poison, but it is also immortality. Chinese emperors also drank mercury to become immortal. They died in Teotihuacan. Mercury is perhaps the same thing, a quest for immortality. But for whom? For a king, or for the city itself? At the end of the road, the Pyramid of the Moon, smaller, older, more mysterious. 12 platforms in front of it, 12 a number, 12 moons, 12 planets, 12 gods? We don't know. But we know that this pyramid is more sacred than the Pyramid of the Sun. Because here, there are sacrifices. Human sacrifices. Children, animals, all for a ritual. Every 12 years, every 52 years, at the 0 point of the sacred calendar, we don't know, but the bones speak, and blood has seeped into the stones. The pyramids are fascinating, but the real Teotihuacan was here. Lavend, Tetatla, Sakawala. The names are modern, but the buildings are 2,000 years old. Multi-story apartment buildings. The first apartment buildings. Perhaps each one housed 60 to 100 people, families, craftsmen, merchants, and on the wall of every room, paintings. Red, green, yellow. There's no wall without a jaguar, because the jaguar is power, and the feathered serpent, and the feathered snake. Quetzalcoatl, sky and wind, knowledge and death at the same time. Teotihuacan is a manufacturing center, obsidian, volcanic glass, the sharpest blade in the world, 100 times sharper than surgical steel, and this obsidian is everywhere. In Guatemala, in Honduras, all over Mexico. Trade, but how? No wheels, no animals. People carried things on their backs, 100 kilometers, 500 kilometers, and what did they get in return? Jade from Guatemala, 1,000 kilometers, feathers from the Amazon, seashells from the Pacific. This city is the center of a network, and this network has enveloped the continent. But Teotihuacan isn't just rich. Everything is planned. The streets are like cages. Every block is a square. Water, sewage, perhaps. 2,000 years ago, and there are no portraits of kings, no monuments. How was this city governed? The priestly class? A military aristocracy? Or a system we don't understand? Perhaps the first megacity, the first anonymous power. 1,000 kilometers to the south, another world, the Maya. Tikal city-states, hieroglyphic writing, kings. But in 378 AD, something changes in Tikal. A new dynasty, a new architecture, and this architecture comes from Teotihuacan, Stela 31, stone monument. On it, a figure, Teotihuacan-style clothing, black glasses, the black-eyed squirrel. Its name is the black-eyed squirrel, and from that day on, Tikal grows up. It's fighting, it's expanding. Did Teotihuacan influence the Maya, or did it invade them? In Guatemala, at Caminal-Ju, there's the Teotihuacan pyramid, the same style, the same technique. In Honduras, in Copan, there is Teotihuacan obsidian. This is not just trade. This is power, perhaps an embassy. Perhaps a prince ascended the throne through marriage. Perhaps an army came and changed a dynasty, but the result is the same. The influence of Teotihuacan stretches thousands of kilometers. This is not a city, it is an empire. Silent, unwritten, but real. And here's the interesting thing. The Maya wrote. They recorded everything, but about Teotihuacan, they wrote almost nothing. It was simply, that day, people came from faraway lands. Faraway lands, 1,000 kilometers, and then, silence. Why was Teotihuacan so frightening, or so secretive? Around 550 AD, maybe 600 AD. It's not certain, but something is happening. The city center is burning. The temples are being destroyed. The temple of the feathered serpent in particular. Symbols are being broken. Statues are being shattered. Is this an external attack, or an internal rebellion? Climate change, drought, Lake Texcoco is drying up, agriculture is collapsing, 100,000 people are going hungry, or the obsidian trade is stopping, alternatives are emerging, power is disappearing. But this isn't a sudden end, it's slow. 100 years people are leaving, apartments are being emptied. Some are going to Maya lands. Tutikal. Tokopan. They're taking their knowledge, their beliefs with them. Some are going up into the mountains, to the high plains. And the city is being forgotten. Right? No. Because 600 years later, the Aztecs arrive. And they don't forget. They call it the birthplace of the gods, and they build temples here for their gods, layer upon layer, history upon history. The 1900s. Archaeology begins. The Porfirio Diaz era. Mexico is modernizing, and Teotihuacan becomes a tourist destination. But science progresses slowly. The 1970s, the tunnel is discovered. The 1980s, radar. More structures beneath the city. 2003, a new chamber beneath the Temple of the Feathered Serpent. 2015, Mercury, and still, something new every year. The 2020s, LiDAR, remote sensing, and we still can't decipher the writing. We still don't know the names of the kings. Today, Teotihuacan is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Every year, it receives 4 million visitors, but still, the same mystery remains. Who were they? Why did they go? And, perhaps most importantly, what can we learn from them? The collapse of megacities, climate change, resource depletion, social inequality. All of these existed 2,000 years ago, and we're still asking the same questions. Teotihuacan is silent, but its stones speak. Every step is a message. Every wall tells a story. And we just listen. 2,000 years later, we're still listening. Because some places are outside of time, some questions must remain unanswered. Perhaps that is why it is still there, waiting. The birthplace of the gods, and perhaps of us too. Teotihuacan is still being excavated. Every new discovery updates this film. The city was aligned. Mercury discovered in 2015. Everything was deliberately analyzed. The writing system remains a mystery. Everything followed a deliberate plan. And perhaps some mysteries should remain mysteries. Why they were built. Here they are. Pyramids beneath the aligned stars. This city exists. There's secrets forever hidden. But no one knows who built it. One of the greatest mysteries in human history. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. There is a city 400 meters above the Oaxaca Valley, on top of a mountain, Monte Alban. The White Mountain. This name was given by the Spaniards, who arrived in the 16th century, but they did not found this city. The Zapotecs built this city, yet even today, we still do not know the original name they gave to this mountain, because the Zapotec writing system has not yet been fully deciphered. 700 BC, that's 300 years before Rome founded the city. The Olmecs had collapsed. The Mayans were rising. But here, in southern Mexico, something else was happening. A people leveling the mountaintop, a construction project that lasted 300 years, and the resulting city with a population of 15,000 terraces, temples, observatories, and a message: we are here and we are watching. The construction of Monte Alban seems like madness. Why the top of the mountain? Why 400 meters up? Defense, perhaps? But there's more to it. Surveillance, control. The Oaxaca Valley is one of Mexico's most fertile agricultural areas. And this mountain is right in the middle of the valley. It sees everything. It controls everything. The city center, Grand Plaza, 300 meters long, 200 meters wide, flat, symmetrical, planned. This is the oldest planned city in Mexico, and this plan hasn't changed for 1,000 years. The J platform, the South platform, the Eyes Monument, all remained faithful to the original design from 700 BC. Why? Because that plan was sacred. The J platform, Monte Alban's most mysterious structure, shaped like the letter J, but why J? Astronomical alignment, calendar calculation, or is it a burial complex? In the 1930s, more than 170 tombs were discovered here. Mummies, jade masks, obsidian knives, and one name, the 12 Apostles. Lady 12 Macaw. A female ruler, circa 450 BC, the most powerful period of the Zapotecs. Monte Alban's most famous monument, the dancing figures. Stone reliefs, over 300 figures, men, women, children. Some are dancing, some are in pain, some are dead, and above all, names, glyphs, hieroglyphic writing. The Zapotecs invented writing. Before the Olmecs, independent of the Mayans. But this writing system is still undeciphered. 80% of it remains unknown. The inscriptions on the figures, names, dates, places. There's a place called Bourgeois, where we don't know. An event called Bloody Moon, when we don't know. But what we do know is, these figures are prisoners, enemy, leaders. They're not dancing, they're being tortured. And this is the message of Monte Alban. If you oppose us, this is your end. This monument is propaganda, a show of force. But it is also history, a record of how the Zapotecs conquered their neighbors, and this record spanned 1,000 years. Because Monte Alban stood for 1,000 years, until 708. Rome fell, Teotihuacan fell, but Monte Alban still stood. The place of women in Zapotec society is still debated. Was it male-dominated, or did women also hold power? The tombs of the 12 apostles support the second question. But is this the only example? Or were there more female rulers? We don't know. Because the Zapotec script remains undeciphered. And perhaps, when it is deciphered, we will find even more of the 12 apostles. Outside Monte Alban in the valley, there were villages, agriculture, corn, beans, squash. 3 sisters, Mexico's staple food, and handicrafts, obsidian work, ceramics, weaving. The Zapotecs were experts in textiles, and these textiles were traded to Teotihuacan, to the Mayans, even further afield. Monte Alban and Teotihuacan, 2 mountain cities, 2 power centers, 500 kilometers apart, but connected. Between 200 and 500 AD, there was intense trade, obsidian, ceramics, jade, and perhaps ideas. Was Zapotec writing influenced by Teotihuacan writing? Or was it the other way around? We don't know. But what we do know is, these 2 cities knew each other, and they respected each other. Teotihuacan-style ceramics have been found at Monte Alban. Talak figures, feathered serpent motifs, and Zapotec jade from Teotihuacan. It came from Guatemala, but passed through Zapotec hands. This wasn't just trade, it was diplomacy, perhaps an alliance. 2 superpowers, not enemies, but partners. But there were differences too. Teotihuacan is anonymous. It has no king. The Zapotecs have names like the 12 apostles. Teotihuacan was unwritten. The Zapotecs were written, and perhaps that writing made the difference, because writing is identity, it is history, and the Zapotecs recorded their history. On tombstones, on monuments, and we are still trying to decipher those records. By AD, Monte Alban is being abandoned. Why? Drought, civil war, depletion of resources, perhaps all of them. The city on the mountaintop was unsustainable. The water was below, the agriculture was below, and the people moved down to Mitla, a new city, smaller, but Zapotec culture lived on. Mitla, the place of the dead, the new center of the Zapotec civilization. And here, a unique form of art emerged. Mosaic walls, geometric patterns in red, white, and black. These designs became the final expression of Zapotec identity. and that identity endured until 1521, until the Spanish arrived. In 1521, the Spanish conquered Oaxaca, but the Zapotecs did not surrender. Their resistance lasted for 50 years in the mountains, in the forests, and in the end, an agreement was reached. Zapotec leaders took positions within the Spanish colonial administration. Their language survived, their traditions survived, and today, even after 2,000 years, more than 400,000 people still speak Zapotec. Monte Alban is in ruins, but its Zapotec identity lives on. In Oaxaca, the Guelaguetza festival every year. Zapotec dances, Zapotec music, and in those dances, perhaps, we see the dancing figures of the Grand Plaza. 2,000 years ago, on a mountaintop, eyes are still watching us, and we are still looking back, because Monte Alban is not just stone. It is a people's defiance against the mountain. A nation's struggle to conquer time, and perhaps its success. The Zapotec script remains undeciphered, but one day it will be deciphered, and on that day we will hear the voices of the 12 apostles, and perhaps that voice will say, "We were here, and we have not been forgotten." Monte Alban was added to the UNESCO World Heritage List in 1987. Zapotec is still spoken by 400,000 people in Mexico. Archaeologists have only excavated 10% of Monte Alban. Deep in the mountainous valleys of Mexico's Oaxaca, on ancient peaks peering out from the mists, the shadows of a civilization still live on. They called themselves New Savvy People of Rain. Historians call them the Mic. January 1932, Mexican archaeologist Alfonso Caso, while digging in the hills of Monte Alban, touches one of history's most astonishing treasures. 7 Tomb contains over 500 artifacts made of gold, silver, turquoise, and jade. But this is just the beginning. Because behind these treasures lies the dramatic story of a forgotten civilization. A people who ruled the rugged mountains of southern Mexico from around 1500 AD to 1523 AD. They weren't just warriors, they were the world's finest, masters of gold craftsmanship. They were decorating buried mummies with turquoise mosaics. Using lost wax techniques, they created decorations that are still inimitable today. But the story isn't just about gold and precious stones. This is the story of the 8-deer jaguar paw, the greatest leader in the history of the Rain People. The story of a man who conquered 94 cities, united 3 different regions under a single kingdom, but was ultimately killed by his own family. In this documentary, we will unveil the pages of lost codices. We will break 1,000-year silence and journey into the mysterious world of the Rain People. Welcome to the heart of the Mixtec civilization. The Mixtec people call themselves New Savvy, the people of rain. This name reveals the fundamental truth underlying their existence: rain. In the rugged mountainous terrain of Oaxaca, agriculture depended on rain, and rain was a blessing from the god Jehovah. The Mixteca region was divided into three main areas: High Mixteca, mountainous and cold, difficult for agriculture, but rich in minerals; Low Mixteca, warmer, more suitable for agriculture; and Coastal Mixteca, tropical, famous for its cocoa and salt trade. Tilantongo was the sacred capital of the Mixtecs. From the 8th century AD onwards, it became the center of Mixtec politics and religion. The codices record the birth of the four crocodiles, the first ruler of Tilantongo. This is the beginning of Mixtec history. The Mixtecs were recording their own history centuries before the arrival of Europeans. These codices, drawn on deerskin, tree bark, and cotton cloth, recounted the births, marriages, wars, and deaths of rulers. But these codices were not merely historical records. They were also mnemonic tools, recalling oral tradition and serving as guides for storytellers. Each image held a story, a legend, an epic. In 1063 AD, a prince is born in Tilantongo. He is named 8 Stags because he was born on Stag Day, the day of the 8th stag. But history will remember him by another name: Jaguar's Claw. 8 Deer was the son of 5 Crocodile the High Priest, and 9 Eagle. He had 2 siblings, 12 Earthquake, and 9 Flower. But 8 Deer was the one fate had chosen. According to the codices, during his reign as King 8, he conquered 94 cities. Each victory was recorded in vivid colors on the pages of the codices. He is always depicted wearing a jaguar helmet, a symbol of his warrior spirit and strength. But 8 Deer ruled not only by the power of the sword, but also by diplomacy. They formed an alliance with 4 Jaguars, a more powerful Toltec ruler than Cholula. In return for this alliance, they received the turquoise nose ornament, a symbol of Toltec royal power. The most striking story of 8 Deer is his tragic relationship with his family. His stepsister, 6 Lizards, married 11 Winds. This marriage posed a threat to 8 Deer because 11 Wind's family had their eyes on the Tilantongo throne. In 1101 AD, the 8 Deer finally conquered the city of the Red and White Bunch, the center of their rivals. They captured 11 Winds and his brothers, but they spared their youngest brother for Winds. This pardon would seal his fate. 14 years later, in 1115 AD, 4 Winds, now both 8 Deer's half-brother and son-in-law, formed an alliance. The combined forces of the Mixtec kingdoms rose up against 8 Deer. 8 Deer were captured and sacrificed. The greatest conqueror in Mixtec history died at the hands of his own family. The codices silently record this moment, the fall of a hero, the price of power and arrogance. January 6, 1932. While excavating at Monte Alban, Alfonso Caso sensed something beneath the soil, a tomb, but no ordinary tomb. This would become the richest archaeological treasure in the Americas. 7. The tomb was originally built by the Zapotecs between 300 and 600 AD, but the Mixtecs reused it centuries later. This was a way of embracing the power of the past and paying respect to the spirits of their ancestors. 9 skeletons were found inside the tomb, but the most surprising thing were the artifacts: 121 gold objects, silver ornaments, turquoise necklaces, jade stones, obsidian mirrors, and crystal vessels. All were prime examples of the mastery of Mixtec craftsmen. But the most striking artifact was a human skull covered in turquoise mosaics. It had a hole in it for incense. It was an incense burner, a war trophy, perhaps a sacred object made from the skull of an enemy leader. For years, archaeologists believed the main person in the tomb was a male warrior, but recent research suggests it was actually a woman. The weaving tools found alongside her needles, spools of thread, crystal bowls suggest she was a high-status woman, perhaps a priestess or queen. This discovery prompted us to rethink the role of women in Mixtec society. We also see strong female figures in the codices, women who were both warriors and rulers, like the 6 monkeys. The tomb's treasures are now on display at the Oaxaca Cultural Museum, but the tomb itself, high up in Monte Alban, still awaits visitors. Although the lights inside are out, its stories live on. For the Mixtecs, rain was not just a meteorological event. Rain meant life, and Jehui, the god of rain, was their supreme god. Jehui is typically depicted wearing a blue or green rain goggles mask with a jaguar-like expression and bared teeth. Rain or steam is thought to emanate from his nostrils. This imagery symbolizes both his life-giving and destructive power. Ceremonies were held on mountaintops in honor of Jehui. During severe droughts, much darker rituals were performed. Historical records indicate that child sacrifices were offered to appease the rain god. This practice reveals the deep fear and reverence inherent in Mesoamerican religions. Natural forces were things that humans couldn't understand or control, and appeasing these forces was essential for the survival of society. The Mixtec religion was based on an animistic worldview. Mountains, caves, rivers, all were filled with spirits. The world consisted of 3 layers: Earth, Nu, Sky, Yuchi, and Underworld, Nu Nador. The codices recount the earliest creation stories. 1 deer, the jaguar snake, and 1 deer, the puma. Snake created the world's first beings, Noah. When the sun rose, these first beings turned to stone. Some survived by taking refuge in caves and continued to live there. This belief system explains the cave cult of the Mixtecs. Caves were sacred places. The dead went there, and spirits lived there, and some caves are still visited today as sacred pilgrimage sites. In 1521, Hernán Cortés and the Spanish conquerors captured Tenochtitlan. The Aztec Empire collapsed, and the independence of the Mixtecs came to an end. The arrival of the Spaniards was meant to be the end for the Mixtec civilization, but that wasn't entirely the case. The Mixtecs survived culturally. They preserved their language, traditions, and identity. Today, More than 500,000 people still speak Mixtec. In the mountain villages of Oaxaca, traditional farming methods continue. Women still weave, and ancient symbols live on in the patterns. The story of the Mixtecs is a testament to the resilience of indigenous cultures. Despite the devastating effects of European colonialism, they were a people who wrote their own history, created their own art, and worshipped their own gods. Most of the codices were taken to Europe. They are now in libraries in London, Vienna, and Oxford, but their spirit still lives on in the mountains of Oaxaca. The jaguar claws of 8 deer happened in 1115, but its story is still told more than 1,000 years later. Perhaps this is the definition of a true legend. The legacy left to us by the Mixtecs goes beyond gold and precious stones. It reminds us of a part of humanity's shared heritage, the rise and fall of a civilization and a people's struggle for survival. And when the mists cover the valleys of Oaxaca, when the wind blows through the mountains, you can still see the jaguar helmet of the 8 deer. It's still there, still waiting, still telling its story. We are traveling through world history in chronological order, civilization by civilization, step by step across thousands of years, from the first cities to great empires, from forgotten kingdoms to legendary rulers. This journey has just begun. Join this journey through world history, subscribe, and explore the story of humanity with us. Today, beneath Mexico City, there was once a miracle 500 years ago, one of the largest cities in the world, yet built in the middle of a lake. Its people were not fishing in the water, they were building pyramids. And the inhabitants of this city demanded blood every day so that the sun would not die. The Aztecs, in just 200 years, they built an empire from nothing, and in only 2 years, it vanished. Are you ready? Because this story begins with a legend, an eagle hunting a serpent. August 1250. In the arid lands of northern Mexico, a tribe emerges from a mysterious place called Aztlán. They call themselves Mexica, hunter-gatherers, warriors, and most importantly, homeless. For centuries they migrated. Everywhere doors were slammed in their faces. Why? Because these men simply did not want peace. The war god Huitzilopochtli had told them, "You are the chosen people, but there is no paradise without bloodshed." In 1248, they settled on Chapultepec Hill, but their neighbors didn't like them. They were driven out. They became mercenaries. They fought whoever they had to fight, not for money, but to survive. In 1325, a miracle happened. On a swampy island in the middle of Lake Texcoco, they saw an eagle with a snake in its beak, right on top of a cactus. They had been waiting for this sign. This would be Tenochtitlan, the heart of present-day Mexico City. Imagine 400,000 people living in the middle of a lake, more populous than some of Europe's largest cities. But how? Chinampas, floating gardens, artificial islands made of layers of reeds and mud, not for agriculture, but for the city. They filled in the lake but the lake fed them. 16 kilometers of aqueducts, bringing water from the Sierra Madre Mountains, razor-sharp streets, 4 main gates, and in the center, Templo Mayor, a 45-meter-high twin temple, one to the war god Huitzilopochtli, the other to the rain god. But the craziest part, when the Spaniards first arrived, they said, "It's more beautiful than Venice Hernan Courts." And a letter to King Charles wrote, "This city doesn't seem real." Now we come to the really interesting part. Why did the Aztecs sacrifice so many people? Answer: cosmology. According to them, the sun died every day. Its rising was a battle, and to win this battle, blood was necessary. Human hearts, food for the gods. But how was this ritual performed? The sacrificial animal was first carried ceremonially for 4 days. It was painted and adorned with feathers. On the last night, it was carried up the 114 steps of the Templo Mayor. At the top, 2 priests waited. One held it by the head, the other by the feet, and they laid it on the stone altar. An obsidian blade would be inserted below the rib cage, and the heart would be removed while it was still beating. The heart would be placed in a stone bowl and offered to the god. The body, it would be thrown down the stairs. Sometimes their heads were cooked and served to the nobility. It was an honor. But it wasn't just religious, it was political too. At the opening of the Templo Mayor in 1487, Emperor Quetzalcoatl sacrificed 20,000 captives. It lasted for days. Why so many? Because it was a display, a show of force, a message: don't oppose us. Their wars were not about land, but about people. They were called the Flower Wars, ritual wars, just for capturing prisoners. If an Aztec warrior captured 20 prisoners, he would join the Jaguar Corps. That was their Navy SEALs. 1428 was a turning point, the Tepanic War. The Aztecs rose up against the powerful city of Azcapotzalco, and they won. But not alone. Tenochtitlan, Texcoco, and Tlacopan, 3 cities, an alliance. Initially, they were equal, but the Aztecs were more ambitious. Indirect rule. Conquered cities retained their own kings and religions. The only condition: taxes, cocoa beans, cotton fabrics, feathers, gold. They flowed into Tenochtitlan every year. 400 to 500 city-states, 5 to 6 million people, 207,000 square kilometers. Tlatelolco Market, the world's largest open-air market. 60,000 people shopped there at the same time. There was even human trafficking. Slaves, servants, everything had a price. More than 200 gods. But there are 4 great ones. Huitzilopochtli, the left-handed hummingbird, war and sun, protector of Tenochtitlan, a blue black-faced feathered warrior. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, light, wisdom, art. He gave humanity corn, the calendar, and writing, and he was against human sacrifice. The Aztecs' favorite irony: they worshipped him, but they continued to sacrifice. Tezcatlipoca, the smoky mirror, night, magic, prophecy. He has an obsidian mirror that sees the future, the invisible god. Tlaloc Rain, with his protruding teeth, his jaguar mask, the god of agriculture. Child sacrifices to him because His tears were rain. February 18, 1519, Hernan courts landed with Wu-Bide men, horses, dogs, artillery. But his most dangerous weapon wasn't smallpox, it was diplomacy. The Aztecs had many enemies. The people of Tlaxcala had never submitted. Courts formed an alliance with them, thousands of native warriors. Now this is not just a Spanish invasion, but a civil war. November 8, 1519, courts entered Tenochtitlan. Moctezuma thought him a god. The return of Quetzalcoatl, golden gifts, jewels. But courts wanted gold, and more. Junio 1520, Moctezuma died. Who killed him? It's still debated, but the city revolted. The Spaniards fled. La Noche Triste, the sad night. Half of them died, but they returned. August 13th, 1521. 75 days of siege, famine, smallpox. 25% to 50% of the population died. The last emperor, Cuauhtémoc, was captured. Tenochtitlan fell. Tenochtitlan lies beneath Mexico City today. The Templo Mayor was rediscovered in 1978. Something new emerges with every excavation. But weren't the Aztecs real? Mexico's name comes from Mexica, the eagle and snake on their flag. Chocolate, corn, tomatoes, avocados, they all come from them. They built an empire in 200 years. It was gone in 2 years. But 500 years later, we're still talking about it. That's real power. Today, there is a city in Italy. Tourists take photos. Cafes are full. But 2,000 years ago, Rome. Paved roads, apartments, sewer systems. We still use them. They built them 2,000 years ago. But the craziest part, this empire was not built in one day. It did not collapse in one day either. And when it collapsed, the world was plunged into darkness. Are you ready? Because this story begins with a legend of two brothers by a wolf. (753 BC), the Italian peninsula. 7 hills on the banks of the Tiber River, Palatine Hill. Here is a shepherd's tent. Inside are 2 infants, Romulus and Remus. According to legend, a king named Amulius wanted to kill his nephew. The babies were thrown into the river, but a wolf found them and nursed them. Then, a shepherd adopted them. Then a shepherd adopted him. Years later, the brothers wanted to settle on these hills, but where? Remus chose Palatine Hill. Romulus chose Aventine Hill. They asked the gods. They counted the distances as the crow flies. Romulus saw 12. Remus saw 6. Romulus won. But Remus was angry. He breached his brother's walls. Romulus killed him. "Whoever else breaches my walls shall die," he said, and Rome was built on blood. It was initially a pastoral village. 300 houses, 3,000 inhabitants. They stole from the Etruscans, abducted women from the Sabines, small but warlike, and most importantly, they were stubborn. 509 BC, the last king, Tarquinius Superbus, was exiled. "There is no king," they cried. "Senatus, Populusque, Romanus, SPQR, Senate, and Roman people." But this wasn't a democracy. Patricians, the nobility; plebeians, the common people. If the plebeians were in debt, they would become slaves. In 494 BC, they revolted. "If you don't give us our rights, we will leave the city." Result: tribunus, plebis, popular tribunes, right of veto. The first system of checks and balances in Rome. And war. It took 150 years to conquer the Italian peninsula. The Samnite Wars. Victory against Pyrrhus, Pyrrhic victory. If a victory is won with losses, it is actually a defeat. In 264 BC, Rome was the master of Italy, but a danger lay across the sea: Carthage. Carthage, modern Tunisia, founded by the Phoenicians, masters of maritime trade. Unlike Rome, rich, cultured, but with a mercenary army. The First Punic War, 264 to 241 BC. 23 years. Naval battles. Rome formed its first fleet, Corvus Crow. They lowered bridges from the ships, turning the naval battle into a land battle. Victory. Sicily and Sardinia became Roman territories. But the greatest danger was yet to come: Hannibal. Hannibal Barca. At the age of 9, he swore an oath to his father: "Rome will be my enemy." In 218 BC, he set out from Spain. 37 elephants, 40,000 soldiers. He crossed the Alps. In winter, in 15 days, half of the elephants died, but he crossed. Lake Trasimene, Roman consul Gaius Flaminius, ambushed. 15,000 dead. To 16 BC, Cannae. 50,000 Roman soldiers, annihilated in 8 hours. The most perfect ambush in history. Hannibal's army was half the size. Rome was in a panic, but Quintus Fabius Maximus devised a delaying tactic. He didn't fight, he had tried it. Fabian tactics are still used today. 202 BC, Zama Scipio, Africanus. Hannibal defeated. The Second Punic War ends. Rome masters of the Mediterranean. 146 BC, the Third Punic War. Cato the Elder said in every speech, Carthage must be destroyed. Finally, they destroyed it. The city burned for 17 days. The ground turned to salt. Carthage no more. That same year, Corinth was also destroyed. Greece became a Roman province. The Mediterranean, Mare Nostrum, RC. The price of victory, 133 BC. The Gracchus brothers, Tiberius and Gaius. They said, the soldiers are returning. Landless, the rich are seizing everything, they demanded. Reform, the nobles killed them. The first bloody political assassinations. Marius and Sulla, 88 BC. Generals gained power. Army loyalty shifted to the general. Sulla became a dictator. Prescription lists, lists of those to be killed. 5,000 names. And Spartacus, 73 BC, a gladiator slave. He escaped with 70 people. In 2 years, his number grew to 120,000. Rome's greatest fear, a slave revolt. Marcus Licinius Crassus crushed it. 6,000 rebels were crucified on the Appian Way, a corpse every 40 meters. 60 BC, the first triumvirate. Pompeius, Crassus, Julius Caesar. Power sharing. Caesar went to Gaul, 8 years, 300 battles. Veni, Vidi, Wiki. I came, I saw, I conquered. 49 BC, Rubicon River, Alia, Iacta, EST. The dice have been cast. Caesar started a civil war. Pompey fled to Egypt and was killed. Caesar became dictator, but it didn't last long. March 15th, 44 BC, Itus Marcia, 23 members of the royal family, including Brutus. You too, Brutus. Caesar was killed with 23 stab wounds. His last words are controversial, but the result is clear. Rome descended into chaos once again. The second triumvirate, Octavian, Antony, Lepidus. Lepidus was eliminated. Octavian versus Antony, 31 BC. Battle of Actium. Cleopatra's ship escaped. Antony pursued her. They were defeated. 30 BC, Cleopatra and Antony committed suicide. Egypt became Roman. Octavian was the sole ruler, but he didn't say king. He said Augustus, the Great, the first Roman emperor. The Republic ended. Pax Romana began. Pax Romana, 200 yield-bearers, 5 million kilometrika, 50 sampai 70 million insan. Britania dan Mesopotamia, Kuzi, Afrikadan. Augustus, emperor, but he called us first citizens. Tax reform, road system. All roads lead to Rome. 80,000 kilometers of roads. Some are still in use. Tiberius, Caligula, Claudius, Nero, the Julio-Claudian dynasty. Caligula was mad. He wanted to make his horse a senator. Nero, he burned Rome, played music, and committed suicide. The Colosseum, with a capacity of 80,000 people. Gladiator, fights, lion hunts, naval battles. Nomakia, built by Vespasian, opened by his son Titus, a 100-day festival. 5,000 animals were slaughtered. Trajan, 98 to 117 AD. The empire at its greatest extent. Dacia, Romania conquered. Gold mines, Trajan's Forum. Remember me like this. Hadrian 117 sampai 138 AD. Hadrian's Wall, defended. Britain, admirer of Greece, restored the temple in Ephesus and the temples in Athens. Marcus Aurelius, 16 180. Age, philosopher emperor, author of On Myself, Stoic. Life is a battle, long and varied. Only patience and courage save. But the golden age was coming to an end. Commodus, Marcus's son, he wanted to be a gladiator. He dressed like Hercules. He was strangled to death in 192. The empire began to crumble. The crisis of the 3rd century, 50 emperors in 50 years. Most were killed. Persians in the east, Germanic tribes in the north. The empire was divided in two. Diocletian 284 AD, the system of 4 empires tetrarchy. Constantine, 312 AD, Milvian Bridge. Win with this sign. Christianity, 330 AD, Constantinople, New Rome. The east is victorious, the west is weakened. 410, Alaric, Visigoth king. Rome was sacked, for the first time in 800 years. 455, Genseric, Vandals, 14 days of looting. The word vandalism comes from this. The last emperor, Romulus Augustulus, an ironic name, from Romulus to Augustulus. 476 AD, Odoacer, Germanic, general. He said, "You don't need to rule." The Western Roman Empire ended. The East, it lasted another 1,000 years as Byzantium, but that's another story. 2,200 years ago, it was a shepherd's village. 2,000 years ago, it was the master of the world. 1,500 years ago, it collapsed, but its legacy lives on. Law, innocent until proven guilty. Roads. All roads lead to Rome. Language, words of Latin origin. Government, Senate, veto, republic. Rome fell, but Rome never died. In the next video, the Byzantine Empire, the 1,000-year resistance of the Eastern Roman Empire. Don't forget to subscribe. See you soon. Constantine III, Roman Emperor, Christian, and a visionary. He chooses the ancient city of Byzantium, the mouth of the Bosphorus, between Asia and Europe. And here, he builds the new Rome. 6 years, 100,000 workers, forums, palaces, a hippodrome, and this city will stand for 1,000 years. The walls, 5th century Theodosius, 6 kilometers, 20 meters high, 3 layers of defense, for 1,000 years. These walls stopped the greatest armies of Europe, Huns, Avars, Bulgars, Russians. They were all broken at these walls. Until 1453. When the Roman Empire collapsed, the world changed. But Rome did not disappear. Its heart kept beating. And that heart was Constantinople. Today we call this Empire Byzantium. But its people never called themselves Byzantines. They used only one name, Romans. While Western Rome collapsed into darkness, another world was rising in the east. Rome's shift to the east was not an accident. Emperor Constantine understood the empire's future now lay in the east. So in the year 330, the capital moved away from Rome. The new capital would be Constantinople. This was not just a change of cities. This decision changed the destiny of Rome. Constantinople was not only a capital, it was one of the world's greatest trade gateways. And this city was not only wealthy, it was protected by one of the strongest defensive systems in the world. As Western Rome collapsed, central authority across Europe rapidly disintegrated. But in the east, Constantinople remained a powerful, imperial center. The city became one of the most important crossroads of trade between East and West. This trade network gave Byzantium enormous economic strength. Byzantium was powerful, not only militarily, but also through diplomacy. In the 6th century, Emperor Justinian became one of the most powerful rulers in Byzantine history. Justinian's greatest ambition was to restore the former borders of the Roman Empire. Byzantine armies advanced into North Africa and ended Vandal rule. Soon after, Byzantine forces advanced into Italy, and Rome returned to imperial control. The Mediterranean once again began to resemble the center of the Roman world. During Justinian's reign, Hagia Sophia was built and became a symbol of imperial power. 527. Justinian, 38 years in power, and the height of the empire, reclaiming the West, Africa, Italy, Spain, former Roman territories, the Codex, the foundation of law. We still use it today. And Theodora, the Empress, coming from slavery, fighting for women's rights, 1500 years ago. Hagia Sophia was not only a place of worship but also a peak of Byzantine engineering. Constantinople was not only a capital, but also one of the richest cities in the world. For centuries, Constantinople once again became one of the richest cities in the world. The heart of trade between East and West beat here. 8th century, iconoclasm, icons banned, war within Christianity, and this war weakens the empire. 1054, the Great Rome and Constantinople, Catholic and Orthodox. They never united. In 1204, the Fourth Crusade, the Crusaders plunder the Christian city. Byzantium falls to its own brethren. 50 years of occupation, and then a resurgence. But weaker, always weaker. Justinian reorganized Roman law and left a lasting legacy. However, Byzantium entered long and exhausting wars with the Sasanian Persians in the east. After these wars, the Arab conquests began, and Byzantium lost important territories. Yet Constantinople survived thanks to its powerful defensive walls. During this period, Byzantium was forced to seek military support from the West. But the Crusader armies unexpectedly turned toward Constantinople. In 1204, Constantinople was captured by the Crusaders. The city was looted, and Byzantium suffered a devastating blow. Byzantium recovered, but it never regained its former strength. The 14th century, the Ottoman Empire, rising from Anatolia, Byzantium, now a city-state, just Constantinople and the Peloponnese, in 1451, Mehmed II, 19 years old, and his goal is clear. This city, April 1453, 80,000 Ottoman soldiers, 7,000 Byzantine defenders, and a 21-year-old emperor, Constantine XI, the last Roman emperor. Meanwhile, a new power was rising in Anatolia, the Ottoman state. Ottoman ships were transported over land into the Golden Horn. In 1453, Sultan Mehmed II arrived before the walls of Constantinople. This move neutralized the city's strongest defensive line. With the final assault, the defenses of Constantinople collapsed. On May 29, 1453, Constantinople fell. This event marked the end of the Byzantine Empire. But Rome did not die, because Byzantium left a legacy: Orthodox Christianity, Russia, Greece, the Balkans, law, Justinian's Codex, the foundation of Europe, art, mosaics, icons, and Hagia Sophia. 1500 years. First a church, then a mosque, now a museum, and it's still standing, because Byzantium knew how to build structures that took 1,000 years to build, and these structures are still speaking. We can still hear Rome's last breath. Byzantium, Eastern Rome, Constantinople, Istanbul. The names have changed, but the stones are the same, and we are looking at the same. Founded in 753 BC, it ended in 1453 AD, 2,206 years. Byzantium protected Hagia Sophia for 1,000 years. Istanbul is still situated between two continents. Hagia Sophia welcomes its visitors in all its splendor on Turkish soil. This great transformation, stretching from the last era of Rome to the rise of the Ottoman Empire, was one of the most important turning points in history. We continue to trace the footsteps of world history together. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and stay with us on this journey for the continuation of the series. The last queen of Egypt. The woman who changed the fate of Rome. And a ruler who influenced the two most powerful men of the ancient world. She was the last hope of a collapsing civilization. Cleopatra is often remembered for her beauty, but her true power was not her beauty. Cleopatra was born in Alexandria in 69 BCE, but she was not ethnically Egyptian, as many people believe. Cleopatra was a member of the Ptolemaic dynasty, established after the death of Alexander the Great. This dynasty ruled Egypt for nearly 300 years. Rome was rising, while Egypt struggled to survive. Cleopatra was only 18 when her father died. According to tradition, she ascended the throne, together with her younger brother. Sibling marriage was common in the Ptolemaic dynasty. This situation quickly turned into a civil war. Cleopatra was removed from the throne. At that moment, Julius Caesar arrived in Egypt. Cleopatra made one of the boldest political moves in history. Legend says she entered the palace hidden inside a carpet. This was not just a dramatic entrance. Cleopatra gained Caesar's support. With his help, she returned to the throne. This event changed not only the fate of Egypt, but also the future of Rome. From this union, a child was born, Caesar. But in 44 BCE, Caesar was assassinated in the Senate by a group of senators, including Brutus and Cassius. Cleopatra was once again alone. A new leader emerged in Rome, Mark Antony. Cleopatra formed an alliance with him. This alliance soon became a powerful partnership. Together they formed a major power in the Eastern Mediterranean. 10 years, 2 children, and a plan. Donations of Alexandria. 34 BC, Antony gives the East to Cleopatra's children: Egypt, Syria, Cilicia, Cyprus. This is Roman territory. and Rome is going mad. Octavian is spreading propaganda. Antony is a prisoner of a woman. The East is surrendering to a woman. Cleopatra was Rome's enemy, but the truth is, it was an alliance of two powerful people, and this alliance was a threat. But another leader was rising in Rome, Octavian. Rome was now divided. (31 BC, Actium, Greece, the last war, Cleopatra and Antony, 500 ships, Octavian, 400, but the command is chaotic. Antony is not a sailor, Cleopatra is on board. Why? We don't know. A complete mess. History calls it betrayal. This conflict led to one of the most important naval battles in history, the Battle of Actium. Cleopatra and Antony were defeated. This defeat marked the beginning of the end for Egypt. Octavian was approaching with his armies. Octavian is approaching. Antony commits suicide. Legend says it's upon hearing the news of Cleopatra's death, but the truth is, he was probably wounded in battle. Cleopatra is taken prisoner. Octavian wants to take her to Rome for victory parade, but Cleopatra refuses, because she is a queen, and queens are not chained. Cleopatra refused to be taken prisoner by Rome, and she made the decision that would enter history. Mark Antony believed Cleopatra was dead. After hearing this, Antony wounded himself. Before dying, Antony was brought to Cleopatra. Mark Antony died in Cleopatra's arms. After Antony's death, Cleopatra mourned deeply. Cleopatra locked herself inside the mausoleum to avoid being captured by Octavian. Octavian wanted to take Cleopatra to Rome alive. Cleopatra met Octavian for the last time. Cleopatra shared her final plan with her loyal servants. Cleopatra wished to be buried beside Mark Antony. Cleopatra sent a final letter to Octavian. Cleopatra tried to save her son Caesarion. Cleopatra remained with only her two loyal attendants. A basket of figs was brought to Cleopatra. Inside the basket was a cobra. Cleopatra took her own life. 30 BC, August 12th. Cleopatra, 39 years old. She is poisoned. The snake, legend, real, perhaps opium, perhaps a poisoned needle, but the result is the same. The last pharaoh dies, and Caesarion, 17 years old, ascends the throne, but only for 11 days. Octavian kills him, because Caesar's son is a threat. Egypt becomes a Roman province. 3,000 years of pharaohs come to an end. Charmian adjusted Cleopatra's crown and said, "This was a death worthy of a queen." Caesarion was captured and executed. When Roman soldiers entered the chamber, they found Cleopatra dead. Octavian received the news of Cleopatra's death. Cleopatra and Mark Antony were buried together. Egypt was no longer an independent kingdom. Egypt became one of the most important provinces of the Roman Empire. the age of the pharaohs had come to an end. Cleopatra's name continued to be remembered even 2,000 years later. Cleopatra was not remembered only for her beauty. Cleopatra could speak 9 different languages. Cleopatra was the first Ptolemaic ruler to speak the Egyptian language. Cleopatra was a skilled diplomat. Cleopatra was the last ruler who tried to save her country. Cleopatra's story was not a love story. It was a struggle between empires. Most of what we know about Cleopatra comes from Roman historians. For this reason, Cleopatra's true story is still debated today. Roman historians portrayed Cleopatra as a threat. Cleopatra was not only a queen, but a powerful leader. History remembers not only rulers, but the decisions they made. Cleopatra. History remembers her for her beauty and intrigue, but she was also a diplomat, a linguist, a survivor. He reigned for 22 years. He formed alliances with 2 great Roman leaders, and he maintained control to the very end. Even his death was his own choice, because he was the last pharaoh, and pharaohs don't become slaves. Rome defeated her, but Cleopatra became a legend, and 2,000 years later, we're still talking about her, because she wasn't just a queen, she was the last. The last pharaoh, the first feminist, a legend. Follow the channel to explore world history in chronological order and continue this journey through time with us. Year 224. Rome faced a new enemy in the east. Its name was the Sassanid Empire, and it would become Rome's greatest rival for 4 centuries. On the Iranian plateau, a rebellion began. A local ruler named Ardashir challenged the 400-year-old Parthian Empire, and at the Battle of Hormozgan, he defeated the Parthian king and began a new era. Ctesiphon fell. Ardashir declared himself Shahanshah, the King of Kings. This was not just a victory. The Persian Empire was being reborn. 7 centuries earlier, Alexander the Great had destroyed the Persian Empire. Now, the new empire, founded by Ardashir, was reviving the power of ancient Persia. In the west stood Rome, in the east stood China, and between these 2 great worlds, at the heart of the Silk Road, a new superpower was rising, the Sassanid Empire. The Sassanians did not only build an empire, they placed a religion at its foundation. Zoroastrianism became the official faith of the empire. A kingdom protected by Ahura Mazda had emerged. Sassanian kings were not only political rulers, they were seen as the earthly representatives of Ahura Mazda, and the Mobids were the guardians of this sacred order. As the Sassanid Empire rose in the east, another superpower stood in the west, Rome. Along the frontiers of Mesopotamia, the 2 empires prepared for a struggle that would last for centuries. In 260, at the Battle of Edessa, Sasanian King Shapur I captured the Roman Emperor Valerian. It was the first time in Roman history that an emperor had been taken prisoner by an enemy. Shapur did not only win, he carved his victory into history. At Nakshi Rustam, the Roman Emperor Valerian was shown. Kneeling before him, it was a clear message to Rome. The conflict between Rome and the Sassanians was not a single war. along the frontiers of Mesopotamia, a rivalry lasting centuries had begun. The same cities, the same fortresses, changed hands again and again. At the center of the struggle between Rome and the Sasanians stood Armenia. For centuries, this region became a frontier zone, changing hands between the two empires. In 363, the Roman Emperor Julian launched a massive campaign. His objective was clear: capture the Sasanian capital, Ctesiphon, and change the balance of power in the east. Ctesiphon was never captured. During the retreat, Emperor Julian was killed. This campaign ended Rome's hopes of dominating the eastern frontier. In 531, Khosrow I came to the throne and became one of the greatest rulers of the Sasanian Empire. During his reign, the empire did not only expand, it was reorganized. Khosrow I was not only a warrior, he reorganized the tax system, strengthened the army, and transformed the empire into a more centralized state. These reforms made the Sasanians one of the strongest powers in the region. In 529, the Byzantine Emperor Justinian closed the Academy of Athens. Some philosophers fled east to the Sasanian court. There, Greek thought continued to survive in Persian lands. The Great Arch of Tak-Kasra at Ctesiphon symbolized the power of the Sasanian Empire. For centuries, it stood as one of the largest single-span vaults in the world. The Sasanian Empire was not only a military power, situated at the center of the Silk Road. It controlled trade between China and Rome and gained immense wealth. During the reign of Khosrow II, the Sasanian Empire reached its greatest extent. Persian armies captured Jerusalem, Syria, and Egypt, pushing Byzantium into one of the most difficult crises in its history. Byzantine Emperor Heraclius launched an unexpected counteroffensive, advancing deep into Persian territory. The Byzantine army began to change the course of the war. The war that lasted 26 years had ended, but there was no winner. Both Byzantium and the Sasanian Empire were exhausted and vulnerable, and this weakness would open the way for a new power to rise. After 628, the Sasanian throne became unstable. Within just 4 years, 14 different rulers took power. As central authority collapsed, the empire became vulnerable. In the 7th century, a new power rose from the Arabian Peninsula. Weakened by long wars and internal conflicts, the Sasanian Empire now faced a new threat. In 636, two armies met at Al-Qadisiyah. This was not just another battle. It was a turning point that would decide the fate of the Sasanian Empire. After Al-Qadisiyah, the Sasanian capital Ctesiphon fell. The heart of the empire was lost. This marked a turning point, from which Sasanian resistance could no longer recover. In 642, at Nahavand, the Sasanian army made its final, major stand. But this battle, later known as the Victory of Victories, would mark the end of Persian resistance.